Yang saya lakukan di Garut, kemudian sekarang sedang ini di Majalengka. Ya mungkin nanti bisa di ini. Dulu saya mendesain untuk pariwisata di Timur-Timur. Karena Timur-Timur sedang jadi konflik kan, kalau mau wisata ke sana agak berat.
Iya, Bro.
Makanya saya desain dengan menggunakan pesawat. Jadi dia melihat dari kondisi di panorama Timur-Timur itu dari pesawat. Dengan sekolah internasional pariwisata misalnya.
Baik, Bro. Kapan-kapan kita kolaborasi ya, Bro?
Oke, insya Allah.
Sama webinar atau Zoom meeting gitu khusus.
Oke.
Ya. Sekali lagi Pak Nusa, Pak Yan, punten ini tamunya sudah. Makasih. Mari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum Pak Sudrajat.
Waalaikumsalam.
Wah, ini Pak Sekjen kita nih yang lalu.
Iya Pak Dekan ini ya.
Sehat ya Pak?
Alhamdulillah. Pak. Ya. Tapi kurang enak badan juga nih karena ditinggal Bu Tita ke Sukabumi nggak ngajak-ngajak.
Bu Titanya hadir nih Pak.
Pada di situ nggak jadi ke Sukabumi ya.
Prof Derajat, saya juga nggak bisa lama-lama nih, jam 9 saya ada acara ini.
Iya, mangga Pak. Terima kasih.
Mohon maaf nih Pak. Tapi saya bisa lah sampai jam 9.
Ya, nanti kita ketemu Desember kan yang di IB.
Ya, Desember kita ketemu.
Selamat pagi Pak Sudrajat.
Selamat pagi Pak Arafat. Pak, gimana kabar Medan nih?
Di sini pada hujan terus, hampir setiap hari hujan terus.
Oh, sama ya, saya udah berapa hari Bandung juga hujan nih, Pak Arafat. Prof Herman gimana, Prof Herman?
Dia bilang udah gabung nih, Prof Herman.
Oh, sudah ada?
Belum, Prof Herman.
Baik, selamat pagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu. Acara kita akan segera kita mulai. Mohon untuk bersiap-siap.
Apa sih?
Iora-Icor, International Virtual Conference on Operation Reset 2021, Republic of Indonesia, Wednesday, 10 November 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For all of us. Let's praise to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us blessing and mercy so we can attend this occasion today. Salawat and salam are always given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure to comply with healthy protocol by maintaining distance, wearing masks, and washing hands with soaps or using hand sanitizer.
The Honorable Mr. Dr. Andes Haji Marwan Halami, MM, the region of Sukabumi, or representing the Honorable Mr. Parafat Gulfin, PhD, North Sumatra University, Indonesia. The Honorable Mr. Gerhard W. Weber, Poznan Institute of Technology, Poznan, Poland.
The Honorable Mr. Professor Abdul Talib bin Bon, UTM Malaysia, and President of IOM Asia Pacific. The Honorable Mr. Professor Ahmed Abdul Latif, PhD, Monogovia University, Egypt. The Honorable Mr. Professor M. Brescia Speranza, University of Brescia in Italy, and President of IFORS. And the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Rector Pasim, Rector of Mekupat Tulangbong University, President Iora-Icor, founders of Iora-Icor, and Chairman of the Committee, also the audience who joined in this international virtual conference on RISIS 2021. Let's open this event by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
For the smooth running of our event at today's, even at last pray. Let us pray that it will be led by Mr. Jaja Sudraja. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Amma ba'du. Dear participants, before starting this activity, let us pray together for Muslim to read Surat Al-Fatihah and for non-Muslim to pray according to their belief. Please start praying. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. ربي أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني في عبادك الصالحين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين. Praying please. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear audience, come and listen to the national anthem of Indonesia Raya.
Dear audience, now come and listen to the March of Pasim.
Hari depan menantimu, tanggung jawab berat di pundakmu, dan gapailah harapanmu di STIE Pasim
Come and listen to the Mass of Megopa Tulang Bawang University.
Melangkah maju bersama-sama, membangun tanah harapan kita. Tulang bawang yang indah tercipta, tanah subur makmur sejahtera. Bersama Megopa Tulang Bawang, Universitas kebanggaan kita. Jangan henti, teruslah berjuang, kobarkan semangat kemerdekaan. Sebagai harapan bangsa, kami tetap setia melaksanakan tridharma, junjung alma mater tercinta. Universitas Megopa, pandu pendidikan kita. Universitas Megopa, jayalah selalu selama-lamanya.
Let's watch the profile video of Megopa Tulang Bawang University and profile video of Pasim.
Masa depan yang baik dimulai dari kampus Pasim. Di STIE Pasim ini memiliki fasilitas yang sangat nyaman, mulai dari gor yang luas, lapangan, perpustakaan yang rapi dan lengkap, ada juga masjid yang sangat nyaman, kolam renang, dan parkiran. Stafnya pun ramah-ramah, akses ke lokasinya juga sangat mudah, dan ada di sekitar pusat kota. Dengan suasana adem, jadi bikin belajar kamu semakin lebih nyaman. Nah, lagi ada cashback 75% DSP bulan Juli sampai Agustus. Dan di STIE Pasim ini biayanya sangat terjangkau. Untuk biaya pendaftaran mulai dari Rp250.000. Informasi selengkapnya bisa hubungi nomor dan website STIE Pasim ya. Yuk kuliah di STIE Pasim untuk masa depan yang lebih baik.
Hadirin yang berbahagia,
Profil singkat Universitas Megopa Tulang Bawang.
Selamat menyaksikan. Universitas Megopa Tulang Bawang berdiri sejak tahun 2006 berdasarkan SK Mendiknas nomor 252/D/0/2006.
Alih kelola dari Universitas Dirgantara Indonesia menjadi Universitas Megopa Tulang Bawang.
Yang beralamatkan di Jalan Lintas Timur Sumatera nomor 1 Tiutoho, Kecamatan Benggala, Kabupaten Tulang Bawang, Provinsi Lampung.
Visi menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terkemuka dan bereputasi internasional berbasis kearifan lokal pada tahun 2045.
Jumlah mahasiswa
1918,
alumni
1815,
dengan 108 dosen dan 45 tenaga pendidik. Universitas Megopa Tulang Bawang memiliki 7 fakultas dan 12 program studi.
Dan telah bekerja sama baik tingkat daerah, nasional, dan internasional.
Di bawah kepemimpinan Rektor Universitas Megopa Tulang Bawang, Dr. Triyono MIP. Dengan moto Synergy,
Integrity,
dan Professionality. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, dimanapun kita berada, tetap patuhi protokol kesehatan dengan melakukan 3M. Memakai masker, menjaga jarak, mencuci tangan dengan sabun atau menggunakan hand sanitizer.
Dan semoga Indonesia segera terbebas dari COVID-19. Terima kasih.
from the chairman of the committee, which will be delivered by Mr. Deden Ardiansyah, STMCom. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Good morning everyone. To the Honorable Vice Regent Sukabumi, Mr. Dr. Andas Haji Yos Komandri, MSI, as a keynote speaker in this conference, the Honorable the President Iora, Professor Sudrajat MS, the Honorable President Asia Pacific IOM, Professor Abdul Talibon, the Honorable President Icor, Professor Gracia Speranza, the Honorable Direktur STIE Pasim, Mr. Danang Suparman Asidik, and Rektor Universitas Megopak Tulang Bawah, Dr. Tridono MIP, and the Honorable of University Leaders of Indonesia and University Leaders from participating country of this conference. The Honorable and I proud to play as a speaker, Mr. Prof. Gerhard W. Weber from Poznan Institute of Technology, Polandia, Professor Dr. Abdul Talibon from UTHM, Professor Farafat Gultam, PhD, Professor Ahmed E. Abdul Latif, Melalui University Egypt, and Professor Gracia Speranza, University Brescia in Italy. Honorable and proud of the invited guests of this mind of the conference participants from various countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Nigeria, Poland, Italy, Egypt, and Jordan, and other countries with reducing respect I cannot mention but one by one. I need to report that this International Conference Operation Research Activity was held in collaboration with STIE Pasim Sukabumi, Megopak Tulang Bawang University, and in the Indonesia Operation Research Association. As the chairman of the committee, I would like to thank all participants who have participated in this activity, both as presenter and non-presenter. As the result of your research can be useful for the sustainability of human life in this world, in accordance with the theme of our conference today, namely better innovation and collaboration for sustainability development during the pandemic. I need to report the number of Iora-Icor 20 and 21 participants. 6 participants registered in this activity with the total of 100 presenters and 500 presenters consisting of students, lecturers, and researchers. The country participants, namely, is Indonesia, Malaysia, Jordan, Nigeria, Poland, Ukraine, Egypt, and Italy. Before I close this speech, I would like to apologize to all our participants, invite guests, speakers, if we cannot provide good service from us as the committee. Hopefully, in the future, we can correct the mistake we have made today, and Iora-Icor 20 and 22 will be even better today. That's my greeting. I'm sorry if there are mistakes in this word. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome from President Iora, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Sudrajat Sufian, MSc, PhD. Time is yours.
Suaranya masih di mute, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Director of the STIE of Pasim Sukabumi, Rector of Megapark Tulang Bawang Lampung, Rector of Samratulangi University, Rector of Universitas Pakuan Bogor, Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Rector IBIK or represent, yeah. President of Indonesian Mathematical Society, yeah, Professor Gracia Speranza from University of Gracia. He is the President of IFOR, the International Federation of the Operation Research Society. Head of Department, Head of the Study Program in STIE Pasim or Megua Park University Tulang Bawang. Honorable Iora founder and personalities, Profesor Hadi Sutanto, Profesor Suwarto, Profesor Tony Bahtiar, Profesor Pramono, CD, PhD, yeah, all keynote speaker, yeah, Dr. Desa Maman Hamami, MM, yeah, Region of Sukabumi, yeah, Profesor, not Professor, Dewi Yusuf, yeah, the member of Parliament Indonesia, because Dewi Yusuf, we have any activities, we can change Professor Sudrajat, yeah. Honorable plenary speaker, Parapat Gultom, PhD from University of North Sumatra, Professor Gerhard W. Weber from Osman Institute of Technology, Poland, Professor Ahmed Abdul Latif, PhD from Egypt, Professor Talib bin Muhammad from UTHM, Malaysia, Professor M. Gracia Speranza from University Malaysia, Iora-Icor 2020 Conference Committee, ya, conference partisipan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All praises and thank you to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the God universe, because of His blessing and mercy. We are able to gather in this comfortable place in good health and condition. It is a great pleasure for me, on behalf of the Association of the Indonesian Operation Research Association, IORA, I would like to welcome you all at this special event, International Conference on Operation Research at the Universitas Pasim, Sukabumi, and Megapark Tulang Bawang, Lampung. This event is the sixth event for Iora-Icor, and congratulations to the University Pasim and University Megapark for being able to host, and also thank to the region of Sukabumi, region to Tulang Bawang, Lampung for your support. The theme of the conference, Better Innovation and Collaboration for Sustainable Development During the Pandemic, reflects our belief that many future challenges in our life need improvement of the operation research and technical analytic operation research. Operation research as a science discipline rapidly growing and it's important to solve problem and reach important goal in our communities. The interaction of operation research with other fields has spawned new area that increase in capabilities. I am aware that This conference would not be possible without hard work of organizing committee as well as other parties. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizing committee member who have decided so much time as effort to successfully run this event. My gratitude also goes to all our outstanding speakers as well as all collaborating parties. Ladies and gentlemen, starting in 2018, Iora handled two conference activities, namely Iora-Icor and Iora-Icor. And for Iora-Icor 2020 will be held in Ibik, Bogor. Yeah. Thank you, Rector Ibik Bogor. You can host in Iora-Icor 2020. And I hope the output target on the conference are international proceeding index by Scopus and reputable international journal regular. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to follow the conference. Have a nice day and happy greeting. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch video welcome speech from Rector of Megoba University by Mr. Dr. Trio MIB.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, speaker and participant of the International Conference on Operation Research 2021, who I respect, welcome to this event. I and the Academic University of Megopak Tulang Bawang would like to thank you for your participation to this event. We also extend your deepest gratitude to Professor Sudrajat Supian, MSc PhD, as President of the Indonesian Operation Research Association, Iora, Mr. D. Suparman Siddiq MM, as the Chairperson of the Pasim Institute of Economic Science, and fellow leader of domestic and foreign university who have supported the implementation of this event. Hopefully, the International Conference on Operation Research with the theme Better Innovation and Collaboration for Sustainable Development During the Pandemic can run well and contribute to the development of science and benefit the wider community. Amin. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next word welcome from Rector Pasim, which will be delivered by Dalam Suparman Asidik SIMM Sam. Is your
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. The Honorable, the Vice President of Sukabumi, the Honorable, the President of Iora, the Honorable, the Speaker of Indonesia, Malaysia, Egypt, Poland, and Italy, the Honorable, the committee presenter and participant of the Iora-Icor 2021 conference. Praise and gratitude place to us, pray to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thank you to the grace and highest grace today we can meet virtually into 2021. Iora-Icor International Conference with the theme collaboration in strengthening operation research through stakeholder and local wisdom for handling the COVID-19. Outbreak management is alternative choice for academic researcher and practitioner to contribute in disseminating research result in the field of operation research within the visual collaboration between STIE Pasim Sukabumi, Megu Tulang Bawang University, Lampung, and the International Operational Research Association, Iora. As the organizer of the conference, STIE Pasim Sukabumi is a university located in Sukabumi City, West Java, Indonesia, with highly respect and fully support academic and research activities that have an impact on the academic community in particular and have a positive impact on society at large. Therefore, this international conference is expected to be an scientific meeting place for academic practitioners and the general public from various countries in conveying scientific idea, sharing, giving each other input in the field of operation research to create real work then can contribute to society and government in dealing with the pandemic that is sweeping in the world today. Thank you to the committee, the president of Iora, and others who have contributed to the implementation of this conference. We hope that our people will have a positive impact as we hope. Finally, allow me asking for guidance of God Almighty and on behalf of conference participants, allow me to officially open the Iora-Icor 2021 International Conference. Always be happy, conference, continue to share and encourage publication. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next one is speech first keynote speaker, Bupati Sukabumi, which will be delivered by Region of Sukabumi by Haji Yosumantri. Time is yours.
Maaf, Pak Wakil, suaranya masih di mute.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What I respect, President of Indonesian Operation Research Association, Iora, President of Asia Africa Industrial Engineering and Operation Management, President of International Federation of Operational Research Societies, Chairman of STIE Pasim Sukabumi and Rector of Melalui Tulang Bawang University, plenary speakers for virtual conference Iora, leaders of praise and thanksgiving let us pray to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most living God. Because of His grace and grace we are still given and the opportunity to connect virtually at even Iora International Virtual Conference on Operation Research 2021 by theme Better Innovation and Collaboration for Sustainable Development during the pandemic in good and health condition. Happy audience, beginning this welcome on behalf of Sukabumi Regency Government, thank you for the invitation of the Chairman of STIE Pasim Sukabumi and Director of Melalui Tulang Bawang University, Mr. Dadang S. Asidik, to become a keynote speaker at this event. Sukabumi Regency Government highly appreciate and will welcome to the holding of this event and believe that all participation of the Iora International Virtual Conference on Operation Research 2021 definitely step to make the best use of this opportunity. So the materials submitted by the keynote speaker and plenary speaker can be ensured as optimal as follow as condition at each campus. As the event organizer, theme is better innovation and collaboration for sustainable development during pandemic. With the appointment of the theme, it is hoped to be able to increase all the current difficulties and limitations as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is affecting the world today. Deadly has been all sector of life in community between health, economic, and education. To answer challenge we are facing today, then innovation and collaboration is very important to be improved. Although we recognize that the challenge to achieve the target of sustainable development objectives are everything essential with the COVID-19 pandemic, including these areas in the region of the state of Sukabumi Regency. But this challenge should not diminish the spirit and cannot decrease the development achievement target that have been seen, and at least standing the rate of it down or control it and recovery to build through the newest innovation as a very strategic breakfast so we can make a jam in achieve the development target. Sustainable development in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be done, even though the 2020 global economic has been projected to grow negatively. The global financial market is experiencing facilities, so a return of capital has happened, and capital market made a return of capital. The government has taken quick steps to prevent the spread of COVID-19, including a policy of physical distancing, work and study from home limitation, prohibition of public activities, testing, tracing, etc., until raising collective awareness and the nation potential. But the weakness of community life support systems such as health, food and social security situation and condition also impact on aspect of human development in Sukabumi district in 2020 with a human development index 66.68 point or medium categories. 2019 before the pandemic 66.87 point, meaning it is still being in 2021 to 2026, the estimated regional target of 2021-2026. The step for the economic recovery should be an important attention in the context of Sukabumi development. First, accelerate infrastructure. Second, supporting food and energy security. Third, accelerate digital economic transformation. With this virtual conference, I believe in positive new energy varying from innovation and inspiration to produce real work that benefit institution and communities, especially in promoting sustainable development. At the end of this welcome, we invite all related stakeholders and all fantastic elements to unity and actively practice in fulfilling sustainable development in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic according to the potential they have. Hope what we have been doing and continue to do in supporting the creating of sustainable development get permission and success from God Almighty. Amin ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pengarah suaranya? Udah minum. Pak Fis.
Kenapa terputus? Ya. Ya. Oke. Oke ya. Saya bisa 40 juga nggak apa-apa, 50.
Will be delivered by Professor Dr. Sudrajat Subian, MSc, PhD. Time is yours.
Oke, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, before I presentation this topic for keynote, I will send a video of Iora. Yeah. Okay, just a moment. Sorry, this is a problem. So little problem. Okay. Okay, so this is clear. Our slide.
Yes, clear, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. I will presentation with overview of operation research in Indonesia. Yeah. And improving community resiliency and sustainability towards operational research capacity building in November 10, 2020. This is my name, Suraja Supian, Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Pajajaran, President of Iora. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is very good, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic situation, which requires innovation. I will take this opportunity to share the role of operation research in the sustainability of operation research. What will be conveyed may not be technical, but it is the method and role of operation research in higher education and industry, engineering, and public. Public and government. Okay. Outline in this paper, what is operation research? Quantitative method of operation research. The role of operation research in higher education, industry, government, and public. Some of the symbol and result. The first, I send the picture. This is a building, parliament building in Bucharest, Romania. If we see this building, what is your perception of this building? What is your perception of this building? I think everyone have more perception of this building. And the second building, second picture, I share this building. And I will give question, what this is building? This building is observatory or star gazing building. This building there is in location in Lembang, Bandung. What is the unique of this building? This building had a foundation half sphere. Foundation of this building ada half sphere. And in the world, there are only two buildings whose foundation are half building. The first is building observatory star gazing building in Lembang, West Java. And the second building, we have foundation half square. This is Eiffel Tower in Paris. And then I will the concept of mathematics. Concept of mathematics, mathematics is the science to be used to analyze the natural around. Natural phenomena around us can be formulated to mathematical. This universe can also be formulated in mathematical formulation. And a professor, associate professor, Hadi Sutanto, he say, at the time I said to myself, God definitely mathematician. And then this is a pressure, it is impossible. It is impossible to be a mathematician without being a foot in shower. Sophia Silipnya, this is a student from Leeds-Smith. Okay. And then we can share the beauty of mathematics. What is the beauty of mathematics? Mathematics then how to see beauty, how to uncover the beauty of mathematics. This is a big question for all. The first, the meaning of mathematics as a science, no, as serpent of science, serpent of sciences. Yeah. Mathematics is the going of a science, the language of science, language of science, and then mathematics full life to bring life to other science and is one of the basic science. For example, it turned out that the flower pattern also show a Fibonacci number. In your pay attention, the sunflower from the middle point to the outer cycle. The pattern will follow the Fibonacci number series. If this circle from central to the out, this is formula number series or Fibonacci number series. Formula Fibonacci number series. This is a beauty of mathematics. Mecca is the word's golden ratio point. Why? Yeah. The proportion of the distance between Mecca, North Pole, Kutub Utara, to the distance between Mecca, South Pole is exactly 1.618, which is the golden ratio. Yeah, this the name is the golden ratio. In the addition, the proportion of the distance between the South Pole and Mecca to the distance between the two poles is 1.618. Yeah. The golden ratio point of the world is in the city of the Mecca according to a map of the latitude and longitude with its general human determination for location. Yeah. This is a Kaaba. Yeah. Kaaba is a central of the world. Yeah. Okay. For example, Carl Friedrich Gauss is one of the world's great scientists. He is also recognized as the greatest mathematician of all time. Yeah. Why? Gauss, this is a great scientist in the world because the concept of number grouping, for example, summary of number from 1 to 100. Yeah, 1 to 100. Now, for example, this is a concept Gauss, Friedrich Gauss. Yeah. This is a okay. I think this is I have a problem in my computer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, video. This is problem in my computer. Okay. Yeah. The concept, basic concept from Gauss, Frederick Gauss, this is a model of the academic potential test, or TPA, ya, or psychological test. Konsep dari Gauss ini digunakan dalam tes potensi akademik, ya. Ini suatu hal yang sangat menakjubkan. And then what operation research? Yeah. What's operation research? Operation research, yeah, international operation research, the application of advanced analytical method to help make decision better. Yeah. The subject of operation research was born during the Second World War in UK, as was used for military strategy. During World War II, the group of scientists having representative mathematics, statistics, physical, and social science were entrusted the study of various military operations. This team was very successful and greatly contributed to the multi-close handling of the entire operation and related problem of the operation. The need for assigning such study for operation arose because the military strategies and their decision become so important as costly, and therefore the best scientists under the sponsorship of military organ were grouped together to provide quantitative information by adopting scientific techniques and method for facilitating in taking decision. Yeah. What is the characteristic of operation research? The first, interdisciplinary team approach. We can see in the map of operation research. Yeah, holistic approach to the system. Methodological approach. Yeah, methodological approach. The concept of Frederick Taylor. Yeah. Or utilize the scientific method to solve the problem. Yeah, objectives approach. The main focus of basic of operation research is model. In the model, this is a basic of operation research. Yeah, but we can understanding of model. Yeah, we can understand to a system. Yeah. Yeah. So to the understanding and study of operation research, you must understanding about system and understanding about modeling. This is a focus of operation research. This is operation research, model and system. The basic point of modeling is an approximation or abstraction of the reality by only focusing on some part of or properties of real system. Yeah. This is some case. I think okay. Now, what is the taxonomy of the study of operation research? Operation research or OR, yeah, and management science, decision science. This is the same, yeah. Operation research. This is the name in science or technology, but management science is a name for economic, political science, and so on. And decision science in political science and culture. Operation management, business analytics, yeah, business analytics. And for example, this is a project management, risk management, marketing research, financial analysis, system analysis, operation planning, and so on. This is more subject for operation management and business analytics. A quantitative method of operation research. Field of study according keynote atau keyword Euro 20 in July 2007 in Praga or Cikole. Yeah. Computer studies, adaptive memory, programming, analytical hierarchical process, analytical network process, and so on. This is in computer. And optimization mode studies, combinatorial optimization, complex societal problem, complexity and approximation, optimal control, optimization in financial mathematics, and so on. In modeling, keyword in modeling, agent system, agent system, capacity, disaster and crisis management, capacity planning, and so on. This is appealed by keyword Euro 20. And operation research, critical decision making, cutting and packing, decision analysis, and so on. This is subject or field in operation research by keyword Euro 2000. And then for the solution for this field, we can use optimization techniques. Optimization, there is two techniques optimization: classical optimization technique, a modern method of optimization. For example, single variable optimization, multivariable optimization, and so on. This is a classical technique optimization. And the right, this is a genetic algorithm, simulated annealing, particle song optimization, and colony optimization, optimization of Fuzzy system, Fuzzy set theory, neural network based on base optimization. This is a modern method of optimization. Now, field study of operation research and relation with other discipline, we can take with AMS, American Mathematical Society 2020 subject classification. For example, operation research, mathematical programming, thesis. For example, reliability, availability, maintenance, traffic problem, communication network, network model, and so on. Inventory, storage, marketing, advertising. This is a scope of field of mathematics of operation research. Boolean programming, integer programming, and so on. And non-convex programming, fractional programming, combinatory programming. This is a field of operation research. Proposed by American Mathematical Society. If we look or search for studies of operation research, studies of each quantitative model of operation research obtained as follows. For example, this is a handbook dictionary bibliography on an operation research. For example, operational weekend implementation for culture. For culture in mathematics, ethnomathematics. Financial ini in economic, financial. What is financial? Financial. Ini for country, country. For population, for example, gold population, economic, family, institute, post, untuk doctoral program, master program, economics, training in the probability law, and city. Pak Wakil Bupati tadi menyampaikan dalam paparannya adalah masalah bagaimana pengembangan kota di Sukabumi. Di sinilah bisa menggunakan operation research. Operation research, we can to plan the city, province, and other. And engineering, professional handbook, overview, researcher, biography, guide, topic, and transportation. What is transportation? Transportation, army, army, utility function, and economic, in decision making, optimization. Yeah, this is more. This is a field of operation research, and then we can look. This is a textbook tutorial paper and operation research. Paper and operation research is more paper for operation research. This is optimal control, function stability, overview, entry, and handbook. This is article and software, recent academic graph, graph theory in transportation. We can see. This is tutorial paper and operation research. And then for one example, research on inventory, storage, and reservoir. Relevant article published is 1955 until 2018 with a total this number citizen and an average citizen per year this number and average citizen per people of the 500 for the 24.14. The following figure show that keywords are grouped into 3 clusters with a total of 42 items. This is for inventory, storage, and reservoir. Yeah. International journal in February, July, August, June, March, April, and so on. Yeah. It is for example. Now, the table article with the most what are top 5 of inventory, storage, and reservoir, you can see highly Padmanab. This is top 5 publication or paper in the reservoir, inventory, storage. In transportation, logistic, and supply chain, this is article search are limited to maximum of 500 article. 500 article in transportation, logistic, supply chain. In International journal, July, and this is a time, demand, inventory problem, inventory model. The article top transportation logistic in the five top. This is. Now for other quantitative model, you can see about this. The rule of operation research in industry. The rule of IBM, Delta Airline, Yellow Pride, Kitco Petroleum, this is oil, Protocol, and Campbell, Ford Motor, UPS. I try this video for this is a packaging.
Who came up with those prices? You're running customer service for a large credit. How do you figure out how many people you need? How do you get the CFO to pay for it? You're running a retail apparel chain. Thousands of products, hundreds of suppliers, tens of stocks. In a nutshell, operations efficiency, art, science, and applying advanced analytics techniques to solve real practical business problems. Operations research helps managers make the most of it.
So operations research applied advanced analytics. Kalau di Indonesia ini semacam TIKI ya, TIKI atau JNE. This is 25 play. Okay, this is example for traveling for route. The operation research in our department, in our study program, this is OROM Operation Research and Potential Modeling. Basic, this is a computer science, statistic, optimization, operation research. This is mathematical programming, operation research, and quantitative model, stochastic process, forecasting, modeling, reliability, replacement theory, linear programming, mathematical operation research. This is for S1, yeah, S1 program. For degree program, for magister and program doctor in our department, in our faculty. This is a financial modeling, portfolio selection problem, stochastic ordering, optimization, classical and model optimization. This is and then Paji logic, yeah. Mechanic optimization, conic quadratic programming, result operasi, robust optimization. This is for S1 and S2 program in our department. Supply chain, yeah, and then more subject in American Mathematical Society 2000. And graduate program, master and doctor program in Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Internasional Universitas Pajajaran, master and doctor program in Applied Mathematics, University of North Sumatra Utara. This is there are Professor Herman Wangkang, yeah, Dr. Gultom. Master and doctor program in Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences ITB, Industrial Engineering and Management Mathematical ITB in ITB. Now, Iora, what is Iora? Iora was established on August 25, yeah, 2014, based on the notary deed number this. Yeah. Forum of Operation Research Scientists, yeah, Operation Research User, Operation Research Observer, as well as to broaden horizon to the existing of knowledge and application of technique from within and outside the country. The Iora membership consists of lecturer, researcher, operation research user, and observer. And today, 2020, there are more than 300 members. The idea of Iora was invited during the second Operation Research and Operation Modeling OROM workshop in July 2011 in the Mathematics Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Pajajaran. In 2011, started in association the plan to from Operation Research Association to several university and industry in Indonesia. Yang pertama dikunjungi adalah Profesor Herman Wangkang, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Yeah, cooperation that has been carried out with several institutions, including University as conference, organizing activities, university organization workshop, Indonesian Mathematical Society, or Indo-MS, Nalotama University, Surabaya, yeah, MOU, upright decision, etc. Activities of the Indonesian Operation Research Association Iora, annually organization international conference, interest conference on Operation Research Iora-Icor since 2016, the International Conference on Global Optimization since 2012, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the International Conference on Control Optimization and Mathematics Engineering, ICOCOME. Publication in support of the above mentioned purpose Iora in 2020 began publishing the International Journal of Global Operation Research, Operation Research International Conference Series, ORIC, in the official International Conference of Indonesian Operation Research Association, or Iora, and published original research paper being presented at the International Conference. Okay, this is, for example, paper publication in Operation Research. Yeah. This is more. Yeah. And result and conclusion in today would request creative decision based on the scientific method in clearly evident, obviously manager or organization are always looking for the skill and techniques in making decision and issue they face. Operation research, okay.
Waktunya 5 menit lagi.
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Operation research techniques do the real and quantitative method. An organizational decision to classify the use of operation research is reliable as useful tool in the management and decision making. This is a conclusion activity in Iora, in Iora. This is, for example, some simulation in operation research. Yeah. For example, okay, this is a okay. This is a process satellite send data to navigation. Yeah. This is for example for next future. Yeah. Ini design in operation research. And then, okay, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Sudrajat Sugian MSc PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch video from Sukabumi Regency. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a picture together so you can turn on the camera. Dimohon kepada Bapak dan Ibu agar bisa berfoto bersama. Mohon yang belum mengaktifkan kameranya, mohon diaktifkan karena sesi ini adalah sesi foto bersama.
Dear friends, have you mentioned me because the acoustics was not very good? Did you announce my talk? Excuse me, please.
Okay, it's clear.
Friends, did you introduce me? Because I could not listen to you carefully. The acoustics was not good because of the satellite. Can I start? So, friends, if I understand well, you invited me to speak. Is it right? So then I'm very happy to say hello to Indonesia. As many of you know, I love your nation very much. I love the Indonesian people. And there are many, 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 and many, many friends in all over the world. So I'm very, very happy to be with you in this early morning hour, because now I'm in Poland, so it's quite a distance. And it's a pleasure to share moments with you. And I would love to express my thankfulness to the Indonesian Operation Research Association, all its chairs, its leaders, its excellency. And I would like to express my thankfulness particularly to my very close friend, Professor Herman Mabenkang, who are alongside with the leaders of the Indonesian Operation Research Society, kindly invited me to give a talk.
Okay. Session take a picture together.
Excuse me, the acoustics is not good. So I may start. Thank you very much one more time. And now the presentation is here. Here we are. And the talk today will be on operational research as much as it is related to the arts. So the arts, of course, I think, first of all, can you all see it? I think everybody can see my slides. It's a work together with Melvin Selim and Suryati.
Gentlemen, this is our opening event this morning. Before we enter in the next event, let us close first by saying Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to the first plenary speaker by Mr. Gerhard W. Weber from Poznań Institute of Technology, Poznań, Poland, which will be moderated by Mrs. Okta Malinda, MSAK. Time is yours. Okay, I'm sorry, which will be moderated by Mr. Ruli. Time is yours, please.
Okay, one. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Mr. Professor Weber. I'm sorry, this isn't time for you to get the presentation, but I want to open it first. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you very much to the Master of Ceremony for giving me time to open this session. This is plenary session for the first speaker. It is Mr. Professor Gerhard W. Weber from Poland. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, Professor. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
And I give you time and place to get the presentation for now, Mr. Professor. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very, very much. And friends, thank you very much, dear Mr. Chairman, for your very lovely introduction of me. And as I said, it's more than an honor for me to be with you at this early morning hour. let me say, can you all see my slides? Professor, can you see my slide? I think I have to upload again. Okay. May I start, please? Yes.
Please continue, Mr.
I can start. Thank you. So, as I indicated, the talk is on operational research, as was so well explained to us by Professor Supyan. Professor Supyan so wonderfully explained to us about operations research or operational research. And today we do something very, let me call it pioneering and challenging. And I hope also beautiful. Because why do we do all these many works? Why do we organize conferences? Why do we do operational research? Because we love it. And we love to serve our people. And as an expression of our service, we try also to employ the arts. And as you know, in Indonesian language, we have kembar. Kembar means twin. And the arts and operational research are twins. They are not strangers one to each other. They are friends. And even more, they are twins. They are siblings and twins. The talk is by Melvin Selim and Suryati, co-authored. Friends, are you ready? Now, the content, operational research and the arts. Please believe me, I trust that in future, the arts, the creativities, and the humanities will be much more in the center of operational research. Of course, we are very powerful in the technical sides and in the economic sides and managerial classical sides. But in future, it will be very much into the arts, into the art of life. And that will require to use our excellency, which is your excellency. Whether you are from Java, whether you are from Sumatra, from Borneo, from Sulawesi, from any of the other beautiful islands. In the future, your skill, as much as it also relates to the operational research area of the arts, will be very important to enlighten and to enjoy us. It's about novelty. And then, some of you know, Professor Herman knows it very well, I have been working in Turkey for 15 years. And in Turkey, by the Turkic people and the Middle East people, the marbling art is very important. The question is, how can we use operational research to support the arts? Can we in future, see, this is a mouse, a cursor. In the past, we used a brush. We painted by pencils and by brushes. Can in future the computer, which means operational research, help us to generate art, to enjoy art, to discuss art, to communicate about it with others? And so we come to theory and experiments and references. See, these pictures are not surprising. It's mathematics. Many of us in operational research have a very close relationship to mathematics. Of course, many of us also are very close to computer science and to other fields of science and management. So today, we'll be a little close as well to computer science. And what we now do is, we will look at regression classification. In classification, of course, we classify. It means we separate. We produce contradictions. You know very well, in classification, one point, a data point, is in one class and not in the other, ideally. So it's a contradiction that it is in the other class. And this idea of a contradiction, of a yes and no, is being used as well in the arts. And that's called a generative adversarial network. Adversarial means related to contradiction. And now, dear friends, now the point is, what we use, and we take it from the professors, from our friends in Bandung, in Jakarta, in Yogyakarta, in Medan, in all over Indonesia, we take it from the engineers what we call inverse problems. Inverse problems is, so to speak, the engineering sibling of statistics. In engineering, often we don't say a statistical problem, we say it's an inverse problem. And now one more step. Professor Hermann knows it very well. We discussed it by the example of the human heart. We have two problems. One is the inverse problem. The inverse problem is, so to speak, look over the shoulder, look into a black box, look into something which you never understood yet, and we try to understand it. That's called an inverse problem. The other thing is a forward problem, like in football. To defend, to have a midfield and defense, that's looking back, that's behind us. That's the inverse problem. The other problem is the forward problem. What we try to do forward, what we construct. So in our talk, we have the emphasis on the forward problem. It means the generating, the construction, creative one. So we try to make art through the forward problem. And differently from the classical approach to arts, we do it supported by operational research. So we develop a new generative adversarial network specific to generate digital abstract art. And we are introducing an open digital data set for further research and collaboration opportunities. Novelty. The idea is based and has been used by classification. Many of you in Indonesia call classification machine learning or the use of support vector machines. Support vector machines are not really machines. They have no smell. There is no emission, no pollution, no noise. These machines, support vector machines, are optimization problems. As was being said by my speaker before, who referred to optimization. Here we use optimization, support vector machines. We do it together with convolution. So we look at convolution. Convolution, I will mention about it. It's what engineers do in telecommunication, in electrical engineering, and we do it together, the convolution with neural networks. So, as was being said by the previous speaker, it's modern optimization, it's artificial intelligence or neural networks we put together. So, kernels will be used. Kernels is basically our chance to make non-separable, non-linearly classifiable data classifiable. That means we embed data into a hyperspace, into a bigger hyperspace, and in that bigger hyperspace, we can linearly separate it, hopefully, or at least better. So this is what we do. Some more information, and I think Professor Hermann has the slides, and I can send the slides to you. Some work was done in the past already. And now, what is marbling art? First of all, what is marble? So marble is a stone. It's a stone. When you come, like Professor Hermann and his team did, to Europe, you visit, for example, Rome, Roma, in Italy, or you visit Greece, you will find many ancient temples, ancient palaces, and so, and usually they are built with the help of marble. Marble is a very fine texture, and you have it also in meat. If you go to Kobe in Japan, you have meat with a certain marbling. It's a very nice and very fine texture. And by the way, my father, my beloved father, who passed away, he was a baker, and he was very good in the bakery. He made marbling cake. That means one part was vanilla, the other part was chocolate. And the togetherness, how the chocolate went into the vanilla, this is called marbling. That's why in German, because I'm a German person, in Germany we say Marmor, which is marbling, Marmorkuchen, marbling cake. So in Turkey people culture we say Ebru. Ebru is the variety of the Turkic people, like in Turkey itself, in Anatolia. And the idea is that we have here a basin of liquids. So these liquids are shifted, are layered, one on top of the other. Now, by the help of a brush or a stick, you can make a stirring up. You make kind of holes and rolls into the upper layer of the basin, and since different colors are layered, from beneath color is climbing up to the top. So for example, here is yellow, maybe it was deeper down. By that you stir it up, you make such a hole, it climbs up through the hole, and you get it on top, and then you can make wonderful pictures. This was used, for example, the Sultan in Istanbul for letters. Today we have letters with watermark. In the past, there was no watermark, as we have it still on our banknotes. Instead, the Sultan was using particular sheets, and the particular sheets said to anybody who saw the document, this is the Sultan. Okay, and you see, we can make wonderful pictures. So this is a famous motif from the Turkic people and from the Persian people, tulip. So wonderful pictures can be made. Actually, this liquid is from ox skull, particularly. So it has a very long-ranging tradition, which goes to Central Asia. So in Central Asia, where the Turkic people have been and are living, so you find this tradition, and it goes to many other countries, such as Japan. You see here some beautiful pictures, non-copyrighted photos about marbling art. I will show them in large and very beautiful ones. And you know, these are made by humans. You, my friends, in Indonesia, you are artists. Some of you are good with singing. I know Indonesian people excellent in singing. Indonesian people very well in dancing, very well in painting, very well in theater of all kinds. So these are my beautiful Indonesian people. And this is made by the Asian people from the Middle East. And I hope you like it. Let's have a look. It looks like cells. Like Professor Hermann, it's like cells here, a cell structure. Or you have this motif here. Please remember, this was made by humans. The question is, can in future you and me make it, maybe not immediately so beautiful as here, by the help of the computer? And the help of the computer means operational research. Here you see another picture, beautiful tulip, some sky, some cloudy sky behind. And this is from Japan. This is a Japanese Hebrew. Again, from Japan, you see, it looks even like granite, the volcanic stone, but it's not really from stone, it's made as humans. So we humans can, like through a notebook, like a sketchbook, where we make our notes, our sketches, use Hebrew, use marbling art to make this kind of pictures of all kinds of consistencies, of textures, of profiles. This can be made by us. And in future, we can use our computer as well. So now, This is the idea, and I told you it's coming from electrical engineering, telecommunication, and so forth. This is here telling to us how it looks like, and you see, this is here the idea of a, let me say, the sum of an infinitely fine summation. The summation is infinitely fine, and that's why we call it an integral. It's from integral calculus. And usually, this F is our model. When it comes to linear regression, for example, or other kinds of regression, it's usually the F in terms of a summation, which is unknown parameters. But this is not a discrete, it's not a summation, it is not a discrete regression problem. This problem is a continuous one, and we call it a convolution. Why? Because our weight factors, they are, and we call it also a kernel function, depending on t, which is our dependent variable, tau. But here, in this case, usually there is a minus, often there is just a comma. In this term, t and tau are on the same, let me say, physical level. And this is our model, so to speak. This is our data. Here we have usually in statistics our data. The point is, can we represent our data through this convolution? So this is a convolution between the unknown model and these parameters here, which we call a kernel function. So this is what we try to solve in what we call an inverse problem. And the particular minus lets us speak about a convolution or a vanilla convolution. And you see now what we do is, like in the beautiful food of Indonesia, Indonesian people very famous for being so friendly, very famous for being so inspiring and creative, but also to be very strong in mathematics and very strong to make a discretization of our problem. So our problem was continuous, but we discretize it. Like when we come to Indonesian food, we slice it, we cut it into slices. Is it right? Doing so, we have our kernels discretized, not continuous kernels like in our model, discretized kernels. And the discretized kernels are, so to speak, in between input and output layers, or between several input layers. So we can iterate it even, and that's the idea of a convolution which we bring together with a neural network. Because with these sheets to transport, let me say, this piece, the blue piece of this pixel through a kernel, this relates it with our so-called neural network. And here we are, we can apply same idea, not it's just one blue, but we can have several blue and project it several green. So we can iterate it. This is a beautiful multi-layer neural network. What we employ is matrix multiplication, because here is whenever we have a non-linear continuous inverse problem, we try to discretize it. That's how we bring into the forefront the power of algebra, the power of linear algebra, the power of matrix multiplication. That's what we do. And some little work was done, several authors. And you see here, this is a little diagram, how alongside our different layers and the different pieces on the layer, we, so to speak, come from input to output, or from one to the next input layer. Then we have a sequence of them. And such beautiful work, which we call a convolution, is studied, and we can use the power of the computer That's why we can have such kind of schemes. It can be used in the automotive industry. You see here are ideas and visualizations about convolution layers, rectified linear layers, non-linearity pool, and so we use these neural networks here, not for the car, but here we are going to use it for the sake of our arts, our expressivity. Indonesian people, very expressive, very friendly, smiling face. Smiling face, one of the first forms of being expressive. Hospitality, having beautiful restaurants, excellent service, kindness, helpful people in the streets. This is Indonesia. Okay, so now here are some ideas and examples about so-called kernel functions. So what's a kernel function? A kernel function is basically a scalar product. So a scalar product is nothing else but the idea of a distance measurement. If you go back to times of linear algebra and analytic geometry at school, then you come to the idea that basically you can represent distances by the help of angular relationships, and that is a scalar product. And there are many ones. So it can be a direct scalar product. It can also be such kind of a polynomial. It can also be, oh, there's a little technical problem here. There's a little technical problem, but I hope it's not a big issue. We can also use, together with polynomial ones, we can also use these ones. And these are called Gaussian. These are called Gaussian kernels. And these Gaussian kernels, they are very important. Dear friends, the idea is Gaussian kernels are heads. And we put under the head a class. The class can be colors, points of a certain color. They can be one color, like yellow. Under another head, it's green. Under another head, it's blue. Under another head, it's red. So these Gaussian heads, which you know all very well from the Gaussian distribution or normal distribution, they give rise to the Gaussian kernel. And the difference, what we now do is following. We are now basically interested in not the inverse problem. The inverse problem looking over the shoulder. Now we are interested to look forward, not backward. Backward is inverse. Now we're interested in looking forward. And that's why we use this idea. We have data, especially we have data by means of which we give orientation to our art. When you make a sketch, when you make any design of a cloth, you need orientation points. You say, this is a t-shirt, this here should be green, this should be red. So you put points and then you feel it. And the idea is these points are orientation points, and by their help, we build up our art. This is how I understand we do it. We have some points like landmarks of our later art, and through these data or landmarks, we build up, we create, we generate. You can call it, it's a generation. Like in the family, you have the elderly generation, often they are very young in the heart, of course, and you have the young generation. So the young generation, they are the kids, they are generated by their parents. So we generate arts here. This is the idea. And I can tell you, Professor Hermann can support me, in my opinion, we have it often in engineering. For example, we have it often in biomedical engineering, like, for example, in the heart's research. Here, this is my heart. So in the human heart, we investigate the human heart by building a torso of the body. The torso is a generation of the body. So we generate a torso, a basic model of the human body, and then we put the data in to find out what's going on in our hearts. So that's the inverse problem. But before we have the inverse problem of the heart, we first of all establish a notion about a basic model. And that is our forward problem. And now our forward problem is to make art. Okay, dear friends. So what we always have to do is we have to tell hyperparameters. Hyperparameters are, for example, some particular parameters like 0, 1, some basic decision about the model, and we need to have dimensions. We call it in statistics, in statistical learning, we call it model selection. So whenever some basic parameters have to be decided and optimally decided, because you are from operational research, you decide optimally. Beforehand, whenever we have to decide about some parameters beforehand, this is called in statistics model selection. And that's why we determine in beforehand some of our dimensions. And this is what we call hyperparameters. This is what we do before. And we have a variety of data sets. So we apply our technology on different data sets. And actually, as you see, our results are very good. This means
your time 5 minutes left.
Excuse me?
Mr. Professor. I'm sorry, your time 5 minutes left.
No, okay, no problem. Thank you very much, sir. My chair, my friend. We get the kernel neural networks very beautiful results, very good, powerful statistical results. So this is what we generate. The first problem to discriminate through our layers, but we do the opposite way. We are not going towards the inner model, but we generate the arts. And as I said, through our convolutional gens, we have very beautiful results. Beautiful results for two convolutional layers. We have different data sets on which we apply our methods. We have linear, binomial, and Gaussian radial-based kernel functions. And we have different so-called parameters, hyperparameters. So we did a lot of work, and I would like to tell you our results are very positive because our when we test, our mistake is not so high. Of course, it's a little high because we go out into the world of art. We are explorers. We explore something new. There will always be a certain amount of error, but we try to keep this error small. And here in future, this curve will be a little lower. I want to mention everything we have been doing here in operational research is pioneering work. It's beautiful pioneering work. And let's now some of our art, our abstract art, speak. I believe many of you will say, doesn't it look like if I go from, let me say, from the Malacca Strait of Sumatra to the Pacific Ocean? When I cross Sumatra, I go over the mountains to Parim Siam. So I see the beautiful mountains. This is not a photograph made out of a plane. This is art, and it can also be copied. It looks like a shot. So if Professor Hermann goes to the beach, maybe he will try a shot. Use such kind of a very, very stylish and modern trouser. Or you have this one. It's a bit more conservative. And then you can have all these different motifs, and they are all made by the computer. They are not made by human hand. The human hand is a mouse click. It's not to use a brush. It's not wet. It's made by humans. It's made you and me. This looks like a volcano. You know, in Indonesia, we have many volcanoes. If you come to our Karo County, in Sumatra, North Sumatra, you find volcanoes. So this is like to watch down to a volcano. Or this could be Bali, beautiful island next door of Java. It could be Bali, but this is made by us. And here, this could be bacteria or viruses. Is it right? So this is all possible. And in future, I believe this can be used for our design. Design in the arts. How can I visualize? How can I make a very lively expression about what I think, how I imagine? How do I imagine the nature? How do I imagine design of a T-shirt? So this looks like film industry, black and white photography. This looks again very different texture, like from style production. This looks like a medieval map of Europe. So this is all made. This looks like a horse. All made. This looks like scratched here. Looks like scratched, but it's not scratched. It's made by the computer. I hope you like it. I hope you like it. And maybe in future, you and your students will be able to make these pictures. See, this looks like graffiti. If you come to Berlin, you see a lot of graffiti. So this looks like graffiti, but it's made by marbling art by the help of operational research. Again, this looks like, maybe you know Spain very well. You have Don Quixote from the famous writer Cervantes. It looks like a scene from Don Quixote, famous novel of Cervantes of Spain. Very beautiful, very light. Light. Indonesia is light, it's not heavy. Very light motifs. Okay, some references. And I would like to conclude by thanking you very much. And I would like to say, my idea is, now in Poland, I give many talks about marketing. In marketing, we have to do two things, basically. One is to learn. A company learns what the customer wishes, what deep inside of a customer he or she desires. So we need to give chance to the customer to express his or her needs, wishes, imaginations, dreams. And art, supported by operational research, which is you, could be useful to make the customers, the clients, the consumers, being in a better position to express their opinion, their wishes, their needs, their desires. And the opposite is that you can make products, design of furniture, of textile, of clothes, of many things which would be, and even designs. I finish now.
I'm sorry, time's over.
Thank you very much, sir. You noted I was already finishing. And Professor, can I ask you to show one little slide? Can I please show one little slide to you to tell you that you all in Indonesia are welcome our Euro conference. Actually, previous speaker mentioned about the Euro conference, and the next Euro conference with Professor Herman and every friend is in Finland. And I hope to visit you and welcome you next year in Finland. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Herman.
Okay, thank you very much.
Professor.
Yeah, Mr. Professor Gerber, it's so very nice to hear that. It's a very interesting presentation. Yeah? And you like Indonesian people so much, and I hope you can.
Of course.
You must be open to come to Indonesia.
I consider myself as Indonesian as well.
Very good, really.
Professor Gerber, open this presentation. Maybe there's a question from audience. Maybe one or two questions directly question to Mr. Weber. Is there any questions, audience, please?
Was a question in the chat. Professor, was a question in the chat. The chat.
Question in chat. The chat.
Professor Harsani, Mrs. Professor Harsani, she asked whether it used in other areas. Professor Harsani asked, and the idea is it can be used in arts.
Yeah, if there is a question, please raise your hand. Raise your
Professor
hands
Harsani.
in the camera.
Professor Harsani. Professor Hassani asked.
Yes, Professor Weber.
Okay.
So Hassani, please ask.
Okay, thank you. My name is Priyastuti Harsani, and I would ask to can we implement GAN in the other media art, audio or video? Because Indonesia has a lot of art, especially in song, traditional song or video song. Thank you, Professor.
No, thank you very much, Professor Hassani. Very nice colleague, very good friend, I understand. And your question is excellent. And I would like to say this work is pioneering work. And you know, my heart beats for the Indonesian people. And I wish that in future, such a technology could be used for the batik and other art of Indonesia. I think it is useful, and I wish Professor Hassani, these tools are available in Bandung, in Yogyakarta, in Jakarta, in Medan, everywhere, applied and being supportive for the arts of the Indonesian, so that everybody can do it rather quickly. That because we are democratic, Indonesia, we are democratic people, we try to have the people involved in our chances. This is the idea, to have people involved in our progress. We don't want to wish people to be left behind. We wish people to be involved, because then we are strong, and we have strong hearts and strong minds and a strong happiness.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Hassani.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Maybe the question is only one because the time is really over, Mr. Mr. Professor Gerber, as a thanks, the organizer will give you an electronic certificate later. Thank you very much for your coming and giving presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to extend to you the love of the European people, especially the Association of European Operation Research Societies. And I'm very happy that you and your friends invited Professor Dr. Grazia Speranza, who is the president of IFOS. So she is our big boss, but also our best friend. And I'm very happy that some hours later, she will speak to you and hopefully brings your society closer to IFOS. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So very nice. Okay.
Thank you very
much for your attention once more. And thank you to Indonesian people too. It's so nice to see you, Mr. Gerber. And now, please, I need around 3 seconds to get photo session. Okay. Second, for photo session, please smile. Okay, slide 1.
Thank you very much, Professor Gerard. I am Sudrajat, President Iora.
Thank you very much. You're very nice, Professor. You're very nice, Professor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I refer to you with pleasure because you deserve, and you're a very nice gentleman.
Okay, thank you very much for the positions. And now for the next. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye.
Bye-bye, Willie.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mr. Chairman.
Bye, Willie. See you again. See you again in Medan. Or see you in Finland.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Ruli. Clearly, have it been clearly? Sorry. Okay, for this session, hello ladies and gentlemen, researcher, lecturer, student, and all staff of academy around the world. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Okta Malinda. I'm from Megopat Tulang Bawang University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, for this session, we have our plenary speaker from Malaysia. But before we going to deliver his discussion about his paper, first of all, I want to introduce about his curriculum vitae. Please. His name is Professor Dr. Abdul Talib bin Bon. Hello, Mr. Professor. Nice to meet you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Professor Dr. Abdul Talib bin Bon. He is Professor of Technology Management in Faculty of Technology Management and Business at the University Internasional on Malaysia. In education, PhD in Computer Science from the University de La Rochelle, France. Master of Administration in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Bachelor degree and diploma of Mechanical Engineering from University Teknologi Malaysia. He is Director Chief Factory since 1st September 2016. He has had over 33 years of experience of teaching in higher learning education in University Internasional Malaysia. Okay, to start the time, please welcome our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Abdul Talib bin Bon. The time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning in Indonesia and Malaysia, but in others country, I'm not sure this is still night. Okay, so thank you very much to Professor Sudrajat, President of Iora, and then the Secretary of Iora, Ibu Neng Tita Tosida, and then all the Iora committee and Icor committee. Okay, thank you very much. You invite me to present this morning in this conference. I think this very good platform to discuss on the operational research, especially in the now it's still pandemics, COVID-19 in the all over the world. Okay, but hopefully this pandemic will be slow, and then we can free from this pandemic soon. Okay, so okay, my topics. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, I want to share this morning about this topic in the this conference on the time motion study in determination of time standard in manpower process during pandemic COVID-19. I think the very impact to this situation is the industry, because first they cannot run their operations. I think since the last year, okay, March 2020, and then most of the factory, especially in Malaysia, most of the factory closed, no operations, no any productions. And then the very difficult, the reflex for this situation is to manpower, okay? Because for your information, 70% of the manpower for the production and agriculture in Malaysia, we import from the foreign workers, okay? So this is what very important for this study, how we can determine how the time standard for the manpower, okay, based on the time motion studies. Okay, next slide. Okay, I would like to give you some introduction. During the COVID-19 pandemic, labor needs were affected by reduction of workers and productions in the industry. So for this situation, okay, for these situations, the measurement of the product or service successful will be known through the time study and time standard by work sampling and workers' complaints. Because actually in this work study, okay, I think this one is part of the on the operation management and operation research. We just look about what the effects, okay, when we to the production when we reduce numbers of the workers. Because some of the industry actually they no need to the big numbers of workers, but we need the how the effectiveness from the workers, and then from that numbers how about we can increase the numbers of the production. Okay, so this one is one of the purpose for this study, because we trying to look how we can minimize the numbers of the workers. Because when we have the big numbers of workers, but the efficiency of the process or the production is not increased, so this we do the waste to the industry. Okay, next slide. Okay, time is the most important, okay, things in determining the company performance and develop the operation level of the company. Because we look, okay, we look about this issue, okay, based on the our research background, yeah. Because I took this research, okay, sample based on the rice production company in Sabah. Sabah, one of the state in the Borneo Islands. Okay, because in the Borneo Island, we have the Sabah and Sarawak and Kalimantan, Indonesia. So this one is what we look about how the potential for this research can contribute to the rice company in Sabah. This factory actually is involve a variety mean process. Okay, because for the producer rice, they need the quite variety mean process, and that This involve the motion that influence the operation time. Okay, and then the time and motion study impact the whole production rate of the company. And then the time and motion study is mentioned in order to determine the actual time needed to complete tasks. This one is what the issue, okay? Because we're trying to look about how the methods of the time motion study can meet our actual time needed. Okay, actual time needed mean we need okay, for example, actually the process only the 5 minutes. Why the workers can complete less than 5 minutes? Might be 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Okay, this one is what the objective, what the our aims to this research. Okay, next slide. Okay, we look what the problem statement here. In the process of manpower has no time standard stated because, as we know, manpower process will be influenced by many factors, especially during the pandemic COVID-19. Okay, so when the during the pandemic COVID-19, for example, okay, when the process they're trying to drop the numbers of process, drop of the production numbers, and then the drop of the demand. So this one is will be influenced. Okay, many factors will influence to the manpower. Okay, that's why in the some of the company they trying to make sure the employee is still working. But the problem, no any jobs, no any demands, okay? And then many of the machine is not fully operations. That's why they needs the analysis how they can get the right numbers of manpower, okay, based on the current situation, okay? Because last time maybe the company have the 100 workers. Now, for during the pandemic, might be they just need the 20 workers, and then rest of the workers they must terminate or they must rest without, and then they must give the on leave without the salary. Some of the company they give the choice to the staff, either they can get the on leave without the salary, or they can maybe the company will be terminated. Okay, this one is just maybe the many option, okay, from the company. When there is a no time standard, okay, the issue is when there is a no time standard, any task could be finished out of plan. In this study, the process that involves manpower in packaging process is determined and studied, because in the time motion study we cannot look overall. Yeah, we cannot look the very broad area, but we can look about very specific area, and then from that we trying to solve the problem. Okay, because in time motion study, this one is a very specific analysis. Okay. So next slide. Okay, we can look at the figure number 1. This one is a average. This one is a average time per entry for the process. Okay, maybe we can look what the all the process here, and then this one is around the six main process in this company, okay, and then some of the time is not very long, okay, because this one is you can look at the time per entry here, okay, and then all the name of the process, okay. Some of the process need too many need the too many times, and then some of the process is less time. Okay, okay, next slide. Okay, so what I can share about this figure. Okay, based on the histogram in figure 1 above, can determine the time required to complete each process in which storage take the longest compared to other process. Okay, because in this when we compare, okay, for all the process, okay, when we look about the figure number 1, we found the storage. Okay, the storage is to a longest time compared to others, because after they finish the packaging, then the tagging all the rice, okay, the rice packing, okay, and then they must go to the storage. From storage, because before they deliver to the end user, so they needs to takes a long time to deliver or to shipping that packing, the food packaging. Okay, that's why this storage takes the longest compared to others. And then the storage takes the longest because it include the process of the rising rice, pack, weighing. Okay, because the rice pack is around the 10 kilogram and 5 kilogram. Manually using the manpower, keeping the store is located quite far from where the packaging. Yeah, because when we look about this the distance, it means the workers, the manpower must took around 179.04 minutes. Okay, this one is too long. Okay, okay, next slide. Okay, this distance has result in wastage of time and delay the process happen. So this one is why the time motion study is needed, because they're trying to reduce the wastage of time and delay the process. And then from here, meanwhile, the processing tank takes at least of the 208 minutes, okay, to separate and mix of the rice destroyed together. It takes very short because of the use of fully automated machine used. So when we collect the data in this factory, in this company, actually all the machine is automated. Okay, for example, the separator machine, which is from the rice, okay, the raw rice, okay, they trying to separate to fine rice, okay. This one is using the automated machines. And then delivery takes the time of the 0 minutes in the histogram, because there is no shipping information recorded in this research. Only involve the packaging of the rice only, because from this research, what our lacking on this research is we cannot get the shipping. Okay, but the shipping is not very important for this study, because the very important is from start of the process to end of the process. Okay, the next slide. Okay.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Professor. Your time still 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, based on the StatFit software, we using the Pro model and comes equipped with the FitStat. By using the StatFit, set of the data can be automatically analyzed, tested for use in process simulation, and matched with the distribution in a Pro model. And because we're using the Pro model, and then we can analyze the data calculated using this method that all work processes involving human, the filling, packing, and organization. And then from the table 1, data for the 3 processes is analyzed using the stat fit for distribution as the information required in the process model improve model. Okay, next slide. Okay, this one is the type of the distribution. Okay, this one is a process, filling, packaging, and arrange, and then all the distribution is a log normal, and then we can make the ranking. Okay, from the 80.8, 80.8, 100. Okay, and then the accepted is not reject. Okay, next slide. Okay, this one is a current layout. Okay, current layout, you can look the first process. Okay, this one is from the starting of this process. Okay, and then go to the next stage, and then go to the another stage, and then this one is for the packaging, and then go to the shipping. Okay, this one is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this one is all the process, and then after that, okay, next slide. Okay, so the figure 2 show the movement involved in the workflow process involved. Movement in the work process is analyzed to decide the best process flow operation in producing numbers of product. Okay, the next slide. Okay, this one is when you will look after we process data using this flow model from the 5 process. Now we can reduce numbers of the process only 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then after that we shipping. Okay, next. Okay, from here, figure 3, we can note that the restructuring process and storage process can be combined into one process. This can reduce the amount of the primary process and certainly can reduce production time as well. Okay, next. Okay, now we can make the comparison, okay, of the average time per entry. Okay, this one is a current, and then this one is a standard. Filling from the 3.71, we can reduce 3.25 minutes. Packaging 2.56 minutes can reduce to 2.0. Setting 4.98 to 4.5. Time total cycle complete is 3.1. This one, all the when it's current time, we can reduce to our standard time. Okay, next. Okay, based on the table 2, show the comparison between the current process and the process by setting time standard for each process involving the human raw material for each entry into the system. Reduction of the production time of the 531% give a change of production time and take numbers of the production company. Okay, this can reduce the production time and thus the reduced cost. Actually, this one, 5.31%, I think is a big reduction. Okay, because this one is the analysis, we can make the confirmation that when we using the time motion study, we can get the better result. Okay, next. Okay, this one is a table 3 is a comparison of the total time. Okay, when we previously when you look the time, current time is a 3.39, now it's a 3.21. This one is will be a standard time for this process. Okay, next. Okay, table 3 is show that during the work process take longer, more than 10.8 minutes when the setting is standard time. Therefore, this improvement indicates that no time can be effectively avoided, where the improvement will enable the company to achieve goal and objective to reduce costs and increase productions. Okay, next slide. Okay, this one is what this when we reduce the operations, and then we can reduce the times. Okay, At the same time, we can reduce our space utilization from that current to proposed layouts. Okay, now for the storage store, we can reduce from the 41.96 to 13.44. Cleaning machine, we can increase the layout to 98.94, and then the packaging machine is a 98.54. This one is we reduce the storage store because this one is too long. Okay, when we look the analysis before, okay, now we trying to increase the cleaning and packaging machine, means we can increase the productivity as well. Okay, next. Okay, so the table 4 show the change that occurs. Each location show the reduction of processing tanks, except for the merger process has occurred in this location. Storage showed 68% reduction, machine cleaning of the 70.22% increase in packaging and machine, and increase of the 87.55%. Okay. Next. Okay, what I can conclude for this analysis, because for this research, these are not the big research, but this is a small research, but the benefits is too much to the company. Okay, because this research is what we found, and then we share to the company. This is very give the beneficial to the company, because they can understand how the time they can reduce for the standard time, the new standard time, and then at the same time, which the machine they can combine in one time, and then how the numbers of the workers they can reduce. Okay, so for the conclusion here, what I can say, I can share all the features and criteria which show the organization can maximize production and optimize costs. When this can be applied, organization can leverage the cost and time in efforts to develop and promote them. Researchers are not that can be optimized through the use of cost comparison result for the location of the Pro model software. Okay, next. Okay, the application of a study time and motion, a process that is a human can be identified and the standard can be determined. The positive change that occurs can also be observed and concluded that the reduction of cost and time can be reduced in line with effort to increase production organization during the pandemic COVID-19. Okay, next. Okay, this one is the reference we use for this research. Okay, because this research is just to around I think less than 1 year to finish. Okay, I think this not very complicated, but the ending of this research is a very good finding to the company. And then I think it's not only this company, but the other company can be apply in the same methods. Okay, because the very important the research methodology in this case is a very important part. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Professor. You said that it's not so complicated, but I think it's so interesting issue. So from this, I have some idea for the next research. Okay, Mr. Professor, because the time is running out. Before this, at last, but at least, I have 3 seconds for our take a picture first. But after this, don't go anywhere, because after the next panel speaker, maybe there is Q&A for both of you. Okay, team,
Please help.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. Please open your camera with a beautiful smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everybody open your camera.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam, thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we have once more plenary speaker from our country, Indonesia, not Sumatera University, with Mr. Prapat Gultom, PhD. Hello, Mr. Prapat Gultom, PhD.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Because you are in Indonesia, may I speak in bahasa?
Fine, fine.
Apa kabar?
Luar biasa.
Alhamdulillah. Oke, selamat siang, Mr. Prapat Gultom. First of all, I want to deliver your curriculum papers.
Yang ada maatri tetap. Tapi persyaratan di bumi abdi dah. Ini ayah foto nak.
Sorry. Please, all the audience, mute the speaker. Okay. Our plenary speaker, the name Prapat Gultom, PhD. He is from University of Technology. Sorry, he is from University North Sumatra. He was born on January 30, 1961 on Pangaribuan. Education, his PhD from Kansas State University, Manhattan, USA. The concentration, research operation, 1996. For his magister from Institut Teknologi Bandung, konsentrasi riset operasi dan sistem informasi, 1989. For his Saralawan, University of North Sumatra, or we call USU. Konsentrasi riset operasi 1984. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our plenary speaker, Mr. Prapat Gultom, PhD. The time is yours.
Thank you for the moderators. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to have the opportunity to present our paper on Iora International Conference and Operation Research 2021 this morning. I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable President of IOM Asia Pacific, Professor Dr. Abdul Talib bin Bon from UCAM Malaysia, to President of Iora, Professor Sudrajat Sufian from Universitas Pajajaran Bandung, and to all plenary speakers, Professor Gerhard W. Weber from Poznan Institute of Technology, Poznan, Poland, and Professor Ahmed Abdul Elatalib, PhD from Menofia University, Egypt, and to all honorable participants of this conference. For this time, we are going to present our paper. Maybe I want to share my screen. Maybe you can see my slide. Can you see that?
Yes, Mr.
Okay, clear.
Okay, clear. Okay, thank you so much. For this time, I'm going to present our papers with entitled Sustainable Aggregate Production Planning with Overtime and Outsourcing Option under Fuzzy Social Demands. This paper is written by the team. Myself is Parapat Gultom from Universitas Sumatera Utara, and Professor Herman Moengkang from Universitas Sumatera Utara, and Professor Gerhard Wilhelm Weber with his team, Selma Goodman, Alireza Goli, Ervan Babae Tirko Lae, from Faculty of Engineering Management, Poznan University of Technology, Poland, Institute of Applied Mathematics, MTU, Ankara, Turkey. I have divided the presentation into 7 parts: introduction, and then the second is problem description, mathematical models, uncertainty and robust optimization, vector goal programming, computational result and model validation, sensitivity analysis, and then the end is conclusion and future works. Hopefully, during the time they provide to me, I can present all these parts. As we know that production planning is one of the most effective and essential issue in manufacturing system, which is to efficiently plan and coordinate all manufacturing activities in such a way that fulfills the goals of the companies. In the high competitive market, the manufacturing companies try to improve their competitiveness by minimizing all costs that involve in production. In other side, the factors that influence the production are changed repeatedly and more certain. Production planning includes the main steps such as determining the optimal production, inventory, and other essential production parameters, dealing with demand and demand certainty during a specific period of planning. As I already mentioned, that manufacturing company has to provide best production planning such that minimize the all costs that involve in the production system. Decision in this case involve the amount of product to produce in period of time is that fulfill the demand, the amount of inventory such that the need of demand can be fulfilled, but inventory costs can be minimized, and also involved with numbers of workers to be hired or fired, and then to fulfill the demand whether normally produced or overtime produced or using outsourcing. This alternative have to be decided such that the cost can be minimized. Another problem in the production system arise is the impact on reliability of the production system. The company has to decide its own planning such that the reliability of production system is high. Another problem is how about the cost that involved with all these factors. On the other hand, human resource management is play a core roles in production planning to establish an efficient manufacturing system. It shows that the competency and skill of human resource have to be improved such that fit the change requirement due to the development of technology and the market needs. So the human resource management involved with the many activities, starting from the conducting job analysis, do requirement training, compensation and benefit, performance appraisal, employee motivation, and careers development. Let's talking about aggregate production planning. Aggregate production planning deals with medium and long-term decision-making processes and also conduct the management idea about how much and when materials and other resources must be supplied such that the total cost is minimized. So when we see from this picture that aggregate production planning involves a complex problem because many factors have to be considered at the same time. The factors that be considered in this planning include strategic objective, company policies, financial constraint, unit or dollars, subcontracted back order or loss, inventory levels, production per month in unit or dollars, size of workforce, demand forecast, and capacity constraint. Aggregate planning is very important in the manufacturing company because it is very strategic in order to yield the product with minimum cost, good quality, and fulfill the market requirements. We can see the position of aggregate planning as follows. When we see this picture, we can see aggregate production planning is in the term of long and middle range planning. It's talking about the capacity planning and management, and then how about the human resource planning, raw material inventory, finished product inventory, and so on. So this is something we involve with the models that deal with all the factors that involved in the aggregate production planning. Due to the importance of aggregate production planning and the factory, many researchers have been involved and developed many models that include in applied in aggregate production planning. So we can see the development from 1955 until now. So many models and papers have been published in this area. So the development, the basic model consider multiple objective. This is that we import now in this paper, and also talking about the environmental aspect and sustainability. This is also involved in our paper in this time. The step that we follow in our paper is first is to developing a multi-objective mixed integer linear programming. In this case, there are three objectives happy to be considered. The first objective function is to minimize the total cost, and the second objective function is to minimize the total pollution, and the third objective function is to maximize the reliability of protection system. The next step is applying robust optimization and weighting goal programming technique to handle the uncertainty and to handle the multi-objective models. The next step, we model validation and sensitivity analysis. In this case, we generate an illustrative example and we solve the model with simplex solver and game software. Okay. So this is the problem that we put in our model is consider multi-period aggregate production planning problem to produce a unique product in 4 periods of year with marker uncertainty based on interval based uncertainty means. This is the assumption of the model that we work in this paper. First, planning horizon is comprised of 4 periods within a year. Amount of demand in each period is defined and in a certain symmetric intervals, and all the cost parameters including production and holding costs and workforce are definitive and certain. Shortage is allowed, and this shortage can be satisfied in the next period. Possibility of workforce overtime and outsourcing is taken into account. Amount of inventory shortage should be at the end of planning horizon, and manufacturer may fail to provide the required production amount. So this is the objective of the models. The first, as I mentioned before, the first objective is to minimize the total cost, including production costs, outsourcing, workforce, holding costs, shortage, and employee and unemployment costs. And the second objective is to minimizing the total pollution emission released by normal and overtime production. And the third objective is to maximize the reliability of the production system to possible fulfill all demands. And this is to be in order to achieve sustainable aggregate production planning. This is the model as mentioned in the first model that we are talking about, that the first objective is to minimize the total cost. As we see in this model, there are numbers of costs that involved. There are 8 cost component in this model. The first term of the cost is a production cost, as you can see here, production cost. And the second term is here is for outsourcing costs. And the third is a normal working cost. And then this is overtime cost. Next is overtime cost and holding cost. This is holding cost, and then shortage cost, employment cost, and unemployment cost. So there are 8 type of costs that involved in the model. So the total cost in there. So the objective is how to minimize all this kind of costs. So next, the second objective function is to minimize production system pollution over the whole period minimized. So in this case, that there is a rate of pollution based on normal production and outsource, and overproduction. Overproduction means that the production is provided over the normal time in the working time in a company. And the third objective function is to maximize production system reliability over the whole periods of time. So also in this model, we assume that every kind of production, either is a normal production or overtime production, they has on their pollution rate, reliability rate. Okay. Subject to inventory balance occurs among the periods you can see in this equation. And then the relation between the man hours required in each period considering the amount of the production. So means that we mention here the normal period, our work times of in a day is we divided, we mentioned it here in the notation. M is fixed in during a day. Next, the workforce balance relation is mean that how the numbers of man hours that will be involved in the model, either with how many we have to hire and how many to fire, such that the number of the worker is fulfill the needs of the production planning. This also the capacity of higher workforce in man hours. In other words, the number of employee workforce can be as much as their maximum capacity. Means that the numbers of the man hours that in every each day's process involved with the an amount of men higher in the work hours for everybody, for every workers. Then there's exactly the case in the employed workforce and then the number of fires. So means that the fire and unfire, unfire the hire and the fire of the workers should be balanced. And next constraint in this model that to ensure the inventory and shortage level must be zero at the end of the planning. And then some of the variables, decision variables, are integer variables. Next is talking about reliability, because the second, as we mentioned before, that the third objective of the model is how to improve the reliability of the production system. Let's talking a little bit about the reliability. According to the useful life of system in reliability engineering, waiting time until failure of the manufacturing follow an exponential distribution. Okay, and this failure may be due to natural disaster, societal events, terrorist attack, change in ownership, fall of workers, or weather conditions. So based on reliability of the manufacturing is the reliability of the production system in a given period of useful life is represented as follow. We can see from the picture there is early failure and useful life and wear out. Yeah, so if we can see, this is the what we call bathtub curve. Yeah, so because the look like a bathtub. So average amount of normal and overtime production by manufacturing equal to this equation as represented in the third objective function, means that the normal production and overproduction, they have their own average of reliability. Okay. Next is how to handle the uncertainty in this model. To handle uncertainty in this model, we propose robust optimization, because Bersimas and SIM in 2003 and 2004 claim that it is very rare that all the uncertain parameters of a constraint take different values far from their nominal, and at the limit values. Therefore, based on their research, they can be used to handle the parameters that in the uncertain parameters as follows. In the robust optimization, it can be also mentioned the conservatism level, and is known as a budget on uncertainty, means that if the conservation level is zero, so mean the robust model turns into a deterministic model. And otherwise, if the conservation level is not equal to zero, so the robust model will be equal to a model of Soiter in 1973, and uncertain coefficients take their worst possible values. Okay, so based on robust optimization that we already mentioned before, the proposed optimization model by Bersimas and SIM in 2004, it can be applied in this model as you see as follow in this equations. Okay, let's go to how the robust optimization model be applied to handle the uncertainty demands. We can see here, since demand parameters D leads to the uncertainty, the inventory balance equation before should be developed by based on Bersimas and SIMAS formulation. So based on this conversion, the uncertainty can be handled by using uncertainty level, and then we try to propose some uncertainty level in this model to see the different value for different uncertainty level. Next, how to handle the multi-objective models. As I already mentioned before, in our model, there are three objectives that can be handled simultaneously. In this case, we use the goal programming technique was proposed by Chance and Cooper 2009 to cope with multi-objective mathematical programming. Ideal goals are defined for each objective function. In this case, we have three objective functions, and then try to minimize total deviation from these ideal goals. These ideal goals may be determined by solving the single objective problem separately with its objective function. Then weighted goal programming provide the important degree for its objective functions. In our model, we propose the weight that to every single objective as follow. For production cost, to minimize production cost, we put the weight is 40%, and then for the pollution is 30%, and then for reliability of the system is 30%. So we're using this model to handle the multi-objective problems. Okay. To solve this problem, we give some illustration example how we handle the problem that we involve with the different kind of uncertainty parameters in this case. So, for example, for production cost, we try to using the uniform value from 2 to 5, and also cost per man hours, and then also for sorted cost, for employment cost, and also for minimum numbers for the work hours of manpower, and also internal production cost and cost per man hours, holding cost, required cost, and among everything value. So using all this, we try to propose something result with different value of the parameters. Based on this calculation, and to validate the proposed robust multi-objective program model, simplex solver of game 20.41 is employed, and the execution step of the weighting goal programming method to provide the optimal solution as follows. So based on the single objective that we solve differently, so for the first objective, we get the value is 1,460,552. And then for the second objective, we get 28 and 19%. And for the third objective, we get 36 and 0.42. The next step, we try to modify the model to solve using the ideal goals value. And then we get total cost now is 1,500,004, and then this is for the second objective is 82.26, and for the reliability is 30.38. So means that the one objective is getting increased and then one object getting decreased, or so to find the good solution for the three objective. This is the challenges of this model. Next, we try to evaluate the effect of uncertainty in the in the models. So when we mention that everything in deterministic, this is for the first objective for total cost and for the robust. So we can see here that the objective for the robust is higher than in deterministic. This is obviously happen because deterministic is more easy to handle instead of using the uncertainty. Also in the second objective, this is for to minimize the pollution of the system. We can see deterministic is higher than in robust. Okay, you can see it. And then for the third objective, that is to minimize the reliability of the system, deterministic value giving the higher numbers instead of the robust one. Okay, so here the effect of changes in overtime capacity and uncertainty level. So as we mentioned before, that in production system, we provide two options. That is actually three options: is normals and overtime, and also outsource possibility. And uncertainty level in this case on the objective functions are investigate performance sensitivity analysis. So means that how we handle the uncertainty in this case, it can be using by analysis the sensitivity of the parameters in the model. In fact, these parameters can be regarded as a determinant parameter from the perspective of management. Means that the management have the opportunity to provide the level of the need for every kind of possibility value for the sensitivity analysis. So this is that some, for example, that we have done for to see the sensitivity of the parameters. Objective function, as you mentioned in the before, but this is first objective is to minimize the cost. The second objective is to maximize, to minimize the pollution, and the third objective. So when we put the overtime capacity minimize 20%, and then how if we reduce to 10%, and then how if normal, so don't have overtime capacity, and then how if the capacity overtime we increase to 10%, and then also it increased to 20%. Based on this number, we can see that the value of every objective has difference. Okay, so for example, when there is no overtime capacity, the first objective value is 1,157,004, and also the pollution active and 0.26, and the reliability is 30.38. So, but if we increase the capacity of overtime 10%, so we can see the numbers is changed now. Okay, and also when we put the uncertainty level in this case, we reduce to 20%, and then we reduce to 10%, and then we 0% reduction, and then we increase to 10% and 20%. It seems that they have give different value. So another thing that we do in this model, that how the three objective are but a different value based on that we already discussed before. So this is first objective for overtime capacity, and then the red one is fourth objective for uncertainty level. So we combine two parameters in here. It is uptime capacity and uncertainty level. Also in the second objective, so we can see that the second objective is more stable compared to the first one. So, and also we can see here that the third objective also is seem relatively stable, even though the change interval of these two parameters, overtime capacity and of uncertainty level. So this is the conclusion of our model. A novel, robust, multi-objective mathematical model was developed for a sustainable aggregate production planning under uncertain seasonal demand, with the aims of total cost minimization, total pollution minimization, and reliability maximization. The second conclusion, weighting goal programming technique was applied to cope with the multi-objectiveness of the problem. The third conclusion, uncertainty in the demand parameter plays an important role for production planning, which has been formulated using a robust optimization approach. The fourth conclusion, objective function have significant sensitive to the overtime capacity, which is much more than their sensitive to the uncertainty level. Okay, you can come. Next, the first objective increases by increase of uncertainty level and decrease by overtime capacity. And the second objective increases by increase of uncertainty level and overtime capacity. The third objective decrease by increase of uncertainty level and decrease of the overtime capacity. For further studies, the following items are suggested based on the main limitation of the research. Heuristic and meta-heuristic methods may be implemented to solve the problem in larger size efficiently, such those proposed by Goli and Sagaya. Other uncertainty techniques such as fuzzy theory, gray system, and stochastic optimal control may be compared to the current robust optimization approach. Okay. And further objective functions include workforce satisfaction, quality maximization can be studied. Thank you very much for your attention, and then I give this time to the moderator. Thank you. Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Parapat for your material. In chat room, there are the question from Panji, University Pajajaran. Maybe it has been answered by Professor Abdul Talib. His question is, what are the main obstacles to increasing employee productivity during the pandemic? And the answer from Professor Dr. Abdul Talib, obstacle for TMS is in inconsistency, the worker movement, and number of production per day. How about Mr. Panji? Is there any question or is already answered? Mr. Panji, are you still there? Hello? Maybe take a break. Well, next question. There is from Miss Tita, Universitas Pakuan, for Mr. Parapat Gultom. What factor must be considered so that the multi-objective optimized model can be implemented for social case so that it gets a high level of validation? For Mr. Parapat Gultom, maybe you can answer it.
Thank you for the question from Ms. Tita from University Pakuan. So actually the multi-objective problem consists in many areas. So it's not just for engineering and then science, but also in social. The most important thing to do, we have to decide the objective in quantitative models. So as long as the problems can be converted to quantitative models, then the multi-objective function can be applied to solve this problem. The main problem that we have in the social problem is pretty difficult sometimes to model the problem into the quantitative one. So the challenge is in this case that we need to expertise ourselves how to model the problem in social science into a quantitative one. I think this is the answer for this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How about Miss Tita?
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Parapat Gultom. Thank you, thank you.
Any question? Pak. Okay. Is there any question? Mr. Parapat.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Gultom. Yeah.
Enough for the question, maybe, and the time is running out. Take a break. Take a picture. Audience, please open your camera.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Rapat, Gultom, sudah
Terima kasih Pak Derajat.
presentasi dan kontribusinya ya. Thank you very much for all. Oke.
Voice clearly. Okay. Thank you very much for Professor Abdul Talib and Professor the audience. Don't go anywhere because we still have two plenary speakers from Egypt and from Italy. So we are continue at 1 p.m. with Mr. Hasan from Universitas of Tulang Bawang. And last, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, sampai jumpa kembali di next season.
Please for the audience. don't leave this Zoom meeting. Yeah, stay tuned. We will be back and continue our plenary session at 1 p.m.
Kan ku songsong matahari yang bersinar di ufuk timur, segala tantangan dan rintangan kan ku lalui dengan tabah. Kita bangun bangsa dan negara demi esok yang lebih cemerlang menuju cita yang mulia. Kita bangun bangsa dan negara demi esok yang lebih cemerlang menuju cita yang mulia. Kan ku songsong matahari yang bersinar di ufuk timur, semoga Tuhan melindungi langkahku di hari nanti. Semoga Tuhan melindungi langkahku di hari nanti. Hari depan menantimu, tanggung jawab ada di pundakmu, dan gapailah harapanmu di STIE Pasim Sukabumi. Kan ku songsong matahari yang bersinar di ufuk timur, segala tantangan dan rintangan kan ku lalui dengan tabah. Kita bangun bangsa dan negara demi esok dan lebih cemerlang menuju cita yang mulia. Kita bangun bangsa dan negara demi esok dan lebih cemerlang menuju cita yang mulia. Kan ku songsong matahari yang bersinar di ufuk timur, semoga Tuhan melindungi langkahku di hari nanti. Semoga Tuhan melindungi langkahku di hari nanti.
Melangkah maju bersama-sama, membangun tanah harapan kita. Tulang bawang yang indah tercipta, tanah subur makmur sejahtera. Bersama Mekopa tulang bawang, Universitas kebanggaan kita. Jangan henti, teruslah berjuang, kobarkan semangat kemerdekaan. Sebagai harapan bangsa, Dharma, junjung alma mater tercinta.
وإذا الشمس كورت وإذا الأنشار عطلت وإذا البحار عطلت وإذا النفوس زوجت وإذا الأرض عطلت وإذا السماء كشطت وإذا النفوس زوجت وإذا الجحيم سعرت وإذا الجنة أزلفت أنت نفس ما أحضرت فلا أزفت وكلها في الليل إذا الصبح إذا تنفس والصبح إذا تنفس إنه لقول رسول كريم ذي قوة عند ذي العرش مكين لا يسمعون وما صاحبكم بمجنون وما أدرك ما ولقد رآه يعني الرجيم فإن تذهبون إن إذا ذكر العالم لمن شاء منكم أن يستقيم وما بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسماء وفطرت وإذا الكواكب انتثرت وإذا البحار فجرت وإذا القبور بعثرت علمت نفس ما قدمت وأخرت يا أيها الإنسان ما غرك بربك الكريم الذي خلقك فسواك فعدلك في أي سورة ما شاء ركبك كلا بل تكذبون بالدين وإن عليكم لحافظين كراما كاتبين يعلمون ما تفعلون إن الفجار لفي سجين وإن ما تفعلون إن الأبرار لفي نعيم وإن الفجار لفي جحيم يصلونها يوم الدين يوم لا تملك نفس يصلونها يوم الدين وما هم عنها بغائبين وما أدراك ما يوم الدين يوم لا تملك وما أدراك ما يوم الدين وما أدراك ما يوم الدين ثم ما أدراك ما يوم الدين يوم لا تملك نفس لنفس شيئا والأمر يومئذ لله.
Mulai jam 1 mulai lagi. Belum dikirim. Belum dikirim dari Pak. Iya ya, makanya saya nunggu terus dari Sukabumi kalau nggak ada kiriman-kiriman. Udah lah, kita udah makan itu. Satu ya, ya. Ya udah, ini dibuka aja nih dari. Oke ya. Terima kasih ya. Adek. Cikole yang di tempat masih banyak, Cikole. Pak Sukono yang luring masih banyak, Cikole. Istirahat. Ini video tadi itu ya. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Terima kasih banyak, Prof, nih bantuannya, Pak. Ini kan universitasnya universitas kecil, dipaksa-paksa supaya mereka latihan. Pasim itu apa ya singkatnya? Di Bogor itu. Yang satu lagi di Universitas Megopak Tulang Bawang, Lampung. Anak-anak muda itu ya, Pak. Rektornya juga anak muda. Sampai tadi malam kerja keras, sampai tadi malam itu tolong ini baru. Ya, iya. Tapi kita membinakan dari yang kecil ya. Nah, nanti interior lah yang ini, yang tahun depan ya interior ya. Oke lah. Oke. Terima kasih banyak. Salam buat itu Prof. Jalan ya. Oke. Terima kasih Prof. Salam buat keluarga di rumah. Sehat-sehat semua. Oke. Ya. Oke. Assalamualaikum. Yang mau nyanyi boleh, silakan. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Ahmed.
Yes, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for your coming.
Yes, you are welcome.
Okay, thank you.
So when we begin our presentation?
Begin, okay, I will hit in. Okay. Begin. Yeah, and 1 at 1 AM ya. Oke.
Okay, okay, okay,
Just
no
moment
problem.
ya. Just moment, Prof.
Okay.
Tes. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Okay. All of audience and Professor Ahmed Al-Latif PhD. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is the third season for today. I hope all of our audience have a lunch and phrase Zuhur prayers. Prof. Ahmed, how are you today? Prof? Prof. Ahmed?
Yes, I am with you now.
Oh, yes.
Do you hear me?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, I
ladies
am
and
with you now.
gentlemen,
Yes.
this is the plenary speaker, for plenary speaker, Professor Ahmed A. Abdul El-Latif, PhD, from Menaufa University, Egypt. Idris Menova University, Egypt. Education, PhD in Computer Science and Technology from Harbin Institute of Technology, China, GPA 4.0, main supervisor, ceremonial 2013. Master of Science in Mathematics and Computer Science, Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, Faculty of Science, Menaufa University, Egypt, main supervisor, Prof. Mohammed Amin, 2010. Professor Ahmed F. Abdul-Latif, PhD, Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Computer Science, Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, Faculty of Science, Menaufa University, Egypt, 2005. He is an associate professor of computer science at Menaufa University, Egypt, and School of Information Technology and Computer Science, Nile University, Egypt. He is author and co-author of more than 1,040 papers, including reports, journals, conference papers, books, and book chapter. He received many awards, State Encouragement Award in Engineering Science 2016, Arab Republic of Egypt, and he is the best PhD student award from Harbin Institute of Technology, China 2013. Young Scientific Award, Menaufa University, Egypt 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ahmed A. Abdul El-Latif, PhD, to present his presentation.
Thanks so much for this, for introducing me, and thanks to join your conference. And today I will present a short introduction about Internet of Things. Of course, Internet of Things have many is a big topic now, and is the future of technology in computer science and technology. Let me begin my presentation. So everyone now have my presentation. There's do everyone show my presentation now?
Yes, operator.
Yes. Okay. Let me begin. Today, my agenda is to define the Internet of Things and how Internet of Things works, current status and the future prospect of IoT, knowledge management from data to wisdom, the future of Internet of Things, potential of Internet of Things, and I will summarize and give a few application of IoT criticism and controversies of Internet of Things. Internet of Things is a system of devices connected to the internet with the ability to collect and exchange data from users or environment with no human intervention. With the device is things or in the Internet of Things, an IoT could be any device embedded with electronics, software, and sensors. IoT, we want to automate everything. We want to control everything remotely. We want to see data in real time. So IoT come. IoT consists of two important things: sensors and unique IDs. Sensors are fitted everywhere across every device, collecting real-time data consistently. Every device has its unique ID, which makes the communication possible among them. This is a little history of IoT. The term Internet of Things is coined by Kevin Ashton in 1999. And we have an early example in 1982. Coke machine at Carnegie Mellon University was connected to internet, which reported its inventory and temperature. Here how IoT works. IoT is not the result of a single novel technology. Instead, several complementary technical developments provide capabilities that, taken together, help to bridge the gap between the virtual and the physical world. And the capabilities include communication and cooperation, addressability, identification, sensing, acquisition, embedded information processing, localization, user interfaces, and so on. How here IoT works? IoT, in fact, consists of many components like RFIDs, sensors, smart technology, nanotechnology, RFID to identity and track the data of things, sensors to collect and process the data to detect the challenges, to detect the changes in the physical states of things. Smart technology to enhance the power of the network by developing processing capability to different parts of the network. Nanotechnology to make the smaller and smaller things have the ability to connect and interact. Here is the structure of IoT. IoT can be viewed as a giganetic network. Consists of networks of devices and computer connected through a series of intermediate technologies, where numerous technologies like RFIDs, wireless connection, may act as enabler of this connectivity. Tagging of things for RFIDs as a real-time traceability and addressability, feeling things via sensors as it acts as a primary device to collect data from the environment, thinking things as miniaturization, and nanotechnology has provoked the ability of smaller things to interact and connect within the things or smaller smart devices. Thinking things via embedded intelligence and the role of artificial intelligence and devices through sensors has formed the network connection to the internet. It can make the things realizing the intelligent control. Here, current status and the future prospect of IoT. Here is a short summary about and the statistics about the world population and the connected device. Here in 2020, we see that 7.6 billion people as a population, world population, and the connected devices more than people in 2020 arrived 50 billion This means the changes is the only thing permanent in this world, and means billion will come as a devices to this smaller world. In IoT as a network of networks, here is we can see many applications in transportation, energy, business, education, and several. This network is connected with added security, analytics, and management capabilities. This will allow IoT to become even more powerful in what it can help people achieve. Here is, as a knowledge management of Internet of Things, we can see from data to wisdom. Data means symbols and small tokens. To the upper level is information, answer to who, what, where, when questions. To the lower upper level is the knowledge, answer to how questions, understanding, application of why, wisdom, evaluated understanding. The more data that's created, the better understanding and wisdom people and wisdom people can obtain. Future of Internet of Things. What happens when 50 billion machines become connected? This means the sky is not the limit. It's only the beginning with IoT. We can see several application, industrial internet. Here is the potential of IoT and the added value for the industrial domain. We can see industry will improve, and many investment will come in aviation, power, in healthcare, in rail, and oil and gas, and we can see the IoT will improve the quality of our life. Unlock the massive potential of IoT will improve the performance of devices and connected networks, reduce the costs of many products, create innovative services, and new revenue stream will come to the investment. We can see this is a technology roadmap of IoT from 20 to up to now. We can see the many application and the many technology grows up to now. Application of IoT not limited to this application, and there are ultimate goal of IoT. The ultimate goal of IoT, in fact, is to automate our human life in everything. You name it, and you will have it in IoT. Here is a few application in building and home automation, manufacturing, medical and healthcare system, media, environmental monitoring, energy management, in transportation. On all our life, IoT can have a central role in our life to improve our life in automotive. Here is some diverse application in home, in transport, in health, in buildings, in smart cities, and here a few example in smart parking. Here you can see in this image a smart parking by sensors, and in the Internet of Things, this will lead to a good things to the parking of the cars. Here an efficient example of efficient waste management in smart cities supported by the sensing as a service. Here we can see when the garbage, for example, feel it complete. This means the sensor send sensing to the stations and to the waste management via a platform in the other side of the workers, and the sensing as a service, as an application of IoT will provide a car immediately to collect the waste. This means will improve our life. And here a new example also for shopping, IoT application scenario for shopping. When entering the doors, scenario will identify the tag on hair clothing. When shopping in the market, the goods will introduce themselves. And when moving the goods, the reader will tell the staff to put a new one. And when paying for the goods, the microchip of the credit card will communicate with checkout readers. Here, how many steps have you walked today? Internet of Things can count your steps. Here is how well do I sleep. Also, Internet of Things can control and can count the statistics of your daily life in sleep, in work, and also here an example to know more about yourself, where you are going, how you have interacted with, how long you have spoken to friends, how long it takes to get to work, the tone of your messages, and so on. This is IoT helps you in life logging and count everything of your daily life. Here is technological challenges of IoT. At present, the Internet of Things is faced with many challenges such as scalability, technological standardization, interoperability, discovery, software complexity, power supply, data volume and interpretation, interaction and short-range communication, wireless communication, fault tolerance. And here is a criticism and controversies of IoT. Scholars and social observers have debate about the promises of the ubiquitous computing revolution in the area as cybersecurity, as privacy and security, autonomy and control, social control, political manipulation of the Internet of Things, design and analysis and design of the networks and the services in the Internet of Things, environmental impact, influences human moral decision making of this is of the Internet of Things, and this is a criticism and controversies of IoT. In summary, Internet of Things only tip of an iceberg, and Internet of Things will, as a recommendation, Internet of Things will improve our daily life and our services in all our life, not only individually but to the human being. But we have to care about the security and the social control and the hacks of attackers to our daily life and to the community. Here is the reference, and thanks so much for listening to my small talk today, and happy to share your conference today.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ahmed A. Abdul Latif, PhD from Minerva University, Egypt. Yeah, it is a very interesting material for me and for us. As we know that today, internet is very useful for us, and we need it every time. And IoT developed to help the people. Okay, audience. Any question about IoT? Raise your hand if you have question. Okay, audience, if you have question to Professor Ahmed A. Abdul Al-Latif PhD, raise your hand and open your camera. Operator, is there any raise hand? Is there any raise hand? No raise hand?
Farida Hanum want to ask a question?
Thank you, Professor. My question is when applying IoT, especially in agricultural cultivation, there are several witnesses, especially in Lampung, we still lack solar power. There is a solution from Professor Abdul Latif to solve problem. Thank you.
In power supply of Africa?
In Indonesia, in Lampung, when applying IoT, especially in agriculture cultivation, there are several witnesses, especially in Lampung, which still lack solar power. There's a solution from your Professor Abdul Latif to solve problem. I mean, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could write, you ask about the, how Internet of Things works in agriculture and the power supply. Let me answer this question. In IoT will improve the agriculture and the witness of agriculture via sensing as a service in farmer, and this means will improve the collect or detect the diseases of the plants and give a good things and good statistics of the plant growth and the plant needs of water, and will improve the water management in agriculture, and of course will improve the detect and improve the weaknesses of plants and the needs of water, as I said, and I think will improve the community of agriculture will via Internet of Things.
Is it clear, Miss Farida Hanum? Clear? Okay. Good question and good answer from Professor Ahmed Abdul Latif PhD. Okay.
Thanks
Any
so
question? We have once more. Raise your hand or open your camera. Operator, is there any question in the chat? Okay, no question. Okay, thank you, Professor Ahmed A. Abdul Latif PhD, for the presentation. It is a good presentation. I hope this presentation useful for the audience all around the world who come in this Zoom this afternoon. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Okay, for this for the next season, we took the capture with Professor Ahmed. Okay, the audience, open your camera, give your a good smile, a best smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, give applause for plenary speaker, Professor Ahmed A. Abdul Latif, PhD from Egypt.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. See you next time.
Okay, see you. Okay, thank you so much.
warahmatullahi
وعليكم السلام
wabarakatuh.
ورحمة الله وبركاته. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the 5 plenary speaker, Professor M. Grazia Speranza from University of Brescia in Italy and President of Ivors. Miss Grazia.
Good morning. Thanks for introducing my talk. And nice
How are
to be
you
with
today,
you.
Miss?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Okay, Miss. Okay, Miss. Please introduce yourself and Ivors and present about your presentation today to the audience all along the world. Please.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
From Spain.
Hi, Professor Grazia.
Yes?
Yes, sure. You can share there.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
really.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Just a few words about myself. I'm from Italy, in particular from Brescia. Brescia is in the north of Italy, close to Milan, which you may know for being not the capital of Italy, but probably the most active industrial town in Italy. And the talk I will give today has basically 2 scopes. One is to introduce you to IFORS, which is the International Federation of the Operational Research Societies, and then also to say a few words about the trends in transportation logistics, which is my favorite area of research. So I will say a few words about what is happening today, also in the light of what has happened in the past. Right. So I will start with IFORS. IFORS, as I said, is the International Federation of the Operational Research Societies. And as you know, operations research is a scientific area which is relatively recent with respect to mathematics or other scientific disciplines. It was born around the 40s, and the official date of birth of the International Federation of the Operational Research Societies is 1959. In fact, already in 57, there had been efforts to create such a federation, because around the world, different groups of researchers doing research in operations research started to work, started to be active. So operations research already before 1959, started to be recognized as a scientific area where researchers were working, both in academia and in industry. But of course, it took time. At that time, internet was not around, and even for people to communicate was complicated. So officially, the statutes of the International Federation of the Operational Research Societies were approved in 1959. And the three societies which founded officially IFORS were Great Britain, the United States of America, and France. As I will show you in a minute, IFORS since that founding year has grown a lot. At the moment, it includes approximately 30,000 individual members. IFORS is, however, the federation of the societies. So the members of IFORS are the scientific societies. And each society has its own members. There are very large societies, there are very small societies, all have the same relevance for IFORS. All are members of this federation. The scope of IFORS is to create connections, links among the different societies, to share opinions, to share scientific knowledge, and to promote the development of operations research worldwide, both from the methodological point of view and from the practical point of view. So, as you know, operations research has a very strong scientific basis in mathematics and in computer science, but it has also a very, very strong practical application. And I don't know how it is for you all listening to me, but for me, who come from a mathematical background, my background is in math, I was attracted by operations research because of its practical impact. And so this is IFORS, the International Federation of the Operational Research Societies, in a few words. So IFORS keeps together the different societies, the different groups, and promotes operations research around the world. At the moment, I mentioned that IFORS was founded by three societies that already existed at that time. Over time, thanks to the relevance that operations research has gained around the world, and also due to the activities that IFORS has done over the years, as you see, the number of societies that are members of IFORS has grown a lot. And you see in this long list of 54 member societies, there are societies who have been members for many decades, and societies that have joined IFORS very, very recently. And well, being a society of IFORS is easy. There is an application, and to become a society of IFORS, a scientific society has to be a focus on operations research. So, for example, a scientific society in mathematics will not be approved as a member of IFORS if it does not have a focus on operations research. And the cost is very, very small, especially if the numbers are small. So it's really almost irrelevant, symbolic. So the goal of IFORS is really to connect, to keep operations research active around the world, and also to create links about the different groups of researchers in the world. So, as I said, IFORS has 54 members, because the members of IFORS are the scientific societies. Of course, we also have, as IFORS, an understanding and knowledge of the situation of each society. So we have the numbers of the individual members of the societies. And that's why I can estimate in about 30,000 the number of operational researchers who are active members of these societies, who are members of IFORS. The member societies of IFORS are organized in 4 regional groupings. NORAM is a very small grouping, is the small grouping of IFORS. It includes just INFORMS, the American Society, the Scientific Society of the United States of America, and the Canadian OR Society. Then we have ALIO, which includes a number of societies coming from South America, based in South America, like Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and so on. APORS is the Asian Pacific area. So this grouping of societies includes India, Singapore, China, and so on and so forth. Euro is a grouping that includes all the European societies, and this is the largest of the grouping. And it also includes, at the moment, some of the, well, the African societies, which are in limited number at the moment. And one of the efforts we have done in recent years has been to promote operations research in Africa, to encourage the active groups of researchers in Africa, to encourage them to create a society that in turn will become a member of IFORS. So this operations research in the world, and IFORS is the mother of all the operational research societies in the world. What does IFORS do, and how, through which actions? So now we spend a few words by explaining what IFORS does. So at the moment, and until the end of this year, I am the president of IFORS. I had the honor to serve IFORS. And in general, IFORS has an administrative committee that is composed by a number of colleagues who work for developing operations research in the world. So besides the president, there is a vice president who at the moment comes from South Korea, David Chang-Won-Lee. The previous president, who is currently in the administrative committee I'm chairing today, is Michael Trick from the US. A treasurer, who is from Austria, Richard Hartl. And then, besides these 4 positions, there are 4 other positions with one member of this committee coming from each of the 4 regional groupings of the member societies. So Stefan Nickel comes from Germany, and he represents, he's a vice president. A VP means vice president. He represents the Euro grouping of societies, so all the European societies. Carla Hoffman comes from the US, and she represents the small grouping composed of the US and Canada. Rosiana De Freitas is the vice president representing the South American grouping. And Suniti Shrestha Ada represents the Asian Pacific grouping of societies. And as you see, there are responsibilities. In red, you see what they do within this committee. Stefan is responsible for publications. Carla is responsible for conferences. Rosiane is responsible for developing countries. There is a committee devoted to promote operations research in the countries where operations research is not yet developed, or not as much as we would like it to be. And Suniti is responsible for the IFORS newsletter. So through this committee, we have worked. I have been president for 3 years, so this is my 3rd year, and I will finish my term at the end of 2021. I would remain within the committee as past president for 3 more years. And the new president of IFORS, who has been already appointed and will start the term in January 2022, is Jenny Loing from Hong Kong. And well, IFORS works through the committee, of course, and also thanks to the help of a number of very good friends who help IFORS in many ways. And I know that today we will have here at this conference Professor Willy Weber, who is a very good friend of IFORS and to whom I'm very grateful for all the work he has done, all the energy he has put to promote operations research in the world. What are the activities that IFORS does to promote OR in the world? Well, we advance our mission through a number of activities. I mentioned the conferences. I mentioned that Carla is in charge of the conferences, and I will say a few words shortly. We have started last year during the pandemic. This conference has a focus on the pandemic, and the pandemic has sort of motivated us as IFORS to start new activities. And this global webinar series is one of the activities that we have started during the pandemic. It's a series of webinars that are organized multiple times during the year, free to everybody, to any member of any society who is a member of IFORS. IFORS has 2 journals, and I will come back to this very shortly. And we also give awards to the best papers that are published in ITOR. We have a communication activity through the website, through the newsletter. We also support summer and winter schools, not any summer or winter schools, but as the goal of IFORS is to link different societies or different groupings, or in any case to be international, to connect the world, of course, in operations research. We support with the fellowships students who attend schools that are focused on bringing together students who come from different parts of the world. We support also groups of researchers with the goal of founding new societies, or societies that are not yet there for a number of reasons. We also support, and this is one of the most important honors that IFORS can give to operations researchers, operations research scientists, IFORS distinguished lecturers. So at the major conferences, APORS, ALIO, Informs, Euro, the conferences of the regional groupings, we support the one lecture for each of the conference, and this lecture is identified as one of the top researchers in the world. We also have a Hall of Fame. If you look at the IFORS website, you will see that there is a page about this Hall of Fame, which includes the big names in operations research, the names of the colleagues who have changed the course of history in operations research, giving contributions that have a lasting value for operations research. And recently we have also started this new award, IFORS Fellow, through a nomination that comes from individuals of any of the member societies. Some of our colleagues who have been very active in creating a society, in encouraging links among different groupings, who have somehow contributed to the development of IFORS, can receive this award and become IFORS Fellows. And then we have the developing countries online resources. Again, through the website of IFORS, you can find several resources, papers, contributions of our community that may be of interest to the developing countries. And this is the website which you may be interested in looking at. I mentioned the triennial conferences. So the first conference was held in Oxford in 1959. And every 3 years we had one international conference. And you see, the IFORS conferences travel around the world on a rotation basis. So each conference is organized by a member society which belongs to one of the groupings that I mentioned. And we rotate the triennial conferences over the different groupings of IFORS. So one conference will be in the Euro region, another in Asia, another in South America, another in North America. And this year we should have had the triennial conference in Seoul. In fact, the conference was planned to be in 2020. But due to the pandemic, we had to move it to 2021 in the hope to have it in person. At the end, we had to accept the fact that it was not possible to have it in person, even in 2021. So the Seoul conference was held remotely. The next one, which was originally planned to be in 2023, after 3 years after the Seoul conference, will be held in 2023. So to keep the 3 years distance between consecutive conferences in general. So in 2023, the IFORS conference will be held in Santiago in Chile. The list of the webinars that we have organized, and the first webinars, as you see, was organized in July 2020 and was devoted to some of the best research carried out in the ALIO region, the South American region. The next one was devoted to the best research, some of the best research carried out in the Asia, and so on and so forth. In March 2021, we organized a wonderful webinar, I believe, because the focus was on the best research in Africa. And as I mentioned, my hope is that in the near future, we will have a new grouping of operations research societies, the African grouping, which at the moment does not exist because of the limited number of societies African-based. And then in June 2021, the webinar was on gender diversity, another global topic that attracted a lot of attention. I mentioned the journals. ITOR is the flagship journal of IFORS. It has a very long history, and also due to this long history, it also has a very good reputation. And the reputation can be measured, at least partially, through some of some indices, some parameters, citations, downloads, submitted papers, impact factor. For example, if you look at the impact factor of ITOR in 2020 has been 4.193 with respect to the 2.987 in 2019. So IFORS has a very successful journal of which we're proud. And we felt that IFOS was ready for a new journal. And we decided to start last year this new journal, Sustainability Analytics and Modeling. And well, the reason why we chose this title is because sustainability is a global issue. It is not something a single country or an individual country or the efforts of each country independently may tackle, but is a global issue that has to be treated as such. So it is really a topic to which IFOS should, we believe, be devoted to. And the idea is to attract to this journal papers, contributions on quantitative approaches, the typical approaches that we use in operations research to give contributions on any of the 17 sustainable development goals stated by the United Nations. And one of these is sustainable cities and communities, to which my own research tries to contribute to. I see that the time is running very quickly. We have also a newsletter, and in the homepage of IFOS, you will find the possibility of subscribing to the IFOS newsletter. So as individual, as any individual can just subscribe to the newsletter, just entering his or her own email address, and then they will receive through the mail the new issues of the newsletter. Now, I don't have much time, so what I intended to say was that operations research in transportation logistics, but in general, operations research became a warm, active research area in the 60s and 70s, just after the foundation of IFOS. And at that time, computers were very, very big from the physical point of view, with a very, very limited power. And over the years, we have as operations researchers, we have contributed a lot to the development of software for applications in the area of transportation logistics. And here I mentioned just a few, from routing to scheduling to production planning, scheduling of production, inventory management, and so on. Different areas which are very mature. So now we can move on, because we can contribute in many ways to improve also to improve the sustainability of our communities, of our cities in general, because our goal is to make an efficient use of scarce resources. And nowadays, this is what everybody talks about. Resources are scarce. We have to use the resources we have in the best possible way. And here is where we can contribute to sustainability. We have a systemic approach, and natural, it is part of our understanding of science. We have a systemic approach to problems. We look at the different connections between different parts of a system, whatever the system is, a supply chain or anything. We don't look at details. We try to have a global systemic view of problems. We analyze, we collect data, we model, we test, we revise. This is what we do in general in our approach. And also through our models, we anticipate the consequences of decision. We don't implement and see what happens. We anticipate what may happen and try to implement the best possible solutions. This is what we do. So in one word, we put intelligence into systems. We put intelligence into applications. We put intelligence into technology. And I'm running very quickly towards the end. So these are the most recent developments in technology, from the Internet of Things to machine learning And in transportation, we have electric vehicles, connected vehicles, and transportation will become soon a service. Someone says that private vehicles will disappear in urban centers because transportation will become a service, a more customized service to everyone. So sustainability is our main challenge, and we want to be there and contribute to make the environment, the economy, the society more sustainable. So this is my view of what a city will become, where technology will be, we will be surrounded by technology, but intelligence is needed, and there is where we can contribute. There are different ways to do that. We can improve the use of the road network. We can make a better use of the capacity of vehicles, and through our contributions, we can reduce the emissions and reduce the number of traveling vehicles so that more space can be used for nature and green areas. So I hope we will all contribute in the future to have a more sustainable world for us and for the future generation. Thank you very much.
I'm Grezia Speranza from University of Brescia in Italy as a president of IVER. Our audience, any question? If you have question to the Professor M. Grezia Speranza, raise your hand and open your camera about the IVER or about the technology. Raise your hand. Okay, no question. Okay, thank you very much, plenary speaker. Give applause to Professor M. Grezia Speranza from University of Brescia in Italy. It's a good plenary speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, and the next season, take the picture.
Thank you very
with
much,
Miss
Professor Grezia.
Grezia.
Okay.
Audience, open your camera. Give your good smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Give applause to all of the plenary speakers today.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Thank you.
Professor Gerhard, Professor Abdul Talib, Proper Gultam, Professor Ahmed, Professor Grezia. See you next time.
See you. Thank you so much.
See you. Thank you very much. Good luck with the conference.
Thank you, Professor Grezia. I am President of Iora. Sudrajat.
Nice to meet you. I hope Indonesia, Iora, will become soon a member society of IFORS.
Yes.
Yes.
I will collaboration for
We are
Iora
available
in-
to do whatever we can to help. Just get in touch with me.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for this.
Oh, good. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Grezia.
All the plenary speakers today.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all of audience participants, the next season is parallel season. The audience can join the room. Choose the menu in the Zoom and choose your room. Attention please to all of audience and participants, speakers, especially speakers, to join the parallel season.
matiin kan?
Iya.
Suara videonya.
Participant who didn't join or register in the operation research, you may leave the Zoom, and the speaker join the room. Based on the room who given by the committee. Okay. Join the room, please. The room, please. For example, Agus Deprianto join the first room. Moderator Dwi Oktaviani Ogara, Magister Pendidikan. Second room, moderator Ruli Moh Ihsan, SSMM. Third room, moderator Eneng Tita Tosida, MSI MCom. Fourth room, moderator Okta Malinda, SE MSAK. Fifth room, moderator Dr. Prihastuti Harsani, MSI. Sixth room, moderator Darsin, MTI. Seventh room, moderator Hersan, MPD. And the last room, moderator Yepi Sopian, Eskom, MCom. Okay, audience who register in your International Virtual Conference and collect the papers, you should join your room. You should join your room. And participant, you may leave the Zoom. And thank you very much. Oke, sekali lagi untuk seluruh audiens yang sudah mengumpulkan papersnya, abstrak paper, silahkan untuk masuk ke room masing-masing yang sudah dibagikan oleh panitia. Dan untuk peserta dan partisipan boleh meninggalkan ruangan Zoom meeting, dan terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya dan telah ikut meramaikan kegiatan Iora pada siang hari ini. Yang tidak tahu roomnya di mana, bisa chat di Zoom meeting. Yang chat tidak tahu di mana roomnya, silahkan chat. Excuse me, I can't join the room. Ada yang tidak bisa join the room. What's your name? Sekali lagi perhatian ya, attention please for the audience. Sekali lagi untuk perhatian untuk audiens, silakan untuk join the room. Audiens yang collect the paper, silakan join the room. Yang lupa dengan roomnya silahkan buka grup WA-nya, itu sudah di-share oleh panitia. Siapkan PPT atau video untuk presentasi. Oke.
ya.